Yo, this is Real Enigmas and Theories first live stream. What's going on, everybody? Anybody out there? This is just a test live stream. Hey there, I see somebody down there. How you doing? This is my first live stream. My just testing it out to see how this goes. I'm going to be doing a lot more of these. We're going to sit down and have some discussions about our favorite show. Definitely until it comes back and while it's on. How's everybody doing out there? Holla at me in the chat. All is well. All is well. Okay. Bear with me, y'all. I'm new to the streaming. I'm new to the live streaming. I'm used to just, scripting up something and cooking up a video. But I definitely want to have some live conversations about the show. Yes, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I'm fortunate to have y'all here for the first stream. I don't know, how long I'm going to stay on. I'm just testing this out. But, how do I sound out there? Is my sound good? I know it's kind of late. Okay, we got some more people coming in here. Definitely. Okay, so everybody that's here, that's enough for me. We can get started. I want to ask everybody a question. Who do you think? Oh, wow. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. Karma Serene, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for tuning in. But my question is, who is going to die this season? Who do you think is going to die this season? I have a couple theories on who I think is going to die. Um, I think we'll lose Kenny. Either Kenny or Victor. The reason why I say Kenny is because Kenny is an important character. However, he doesn't have any plot armor. And Victor, oh wow, thanks, Lone Wolf. Yes, yes indeed. Thank you. So, like I was saying, I think that Kenny doesn't have much plot armor. Okay, so you say Sarah and Fatima. I don't think we'll lose Sarah. I don't think we'll lose Sarah, but Fatima doesn't have that much plot armor as well. The baby gives her a little bit of plot armor, the pregnancy, I should say. However, that also would be a real big emotional death. So it would be a good death for the show. I don't think we'll lose viewership over that. If you kill Boyd, you lose viewership automatically. So he's good. I think if you kill Jade, you'd lose viewership. I think Sarah has plot armor. I think she's very important. It sounds like her in the barn. However, I don't think they would get rid of her yet. Oh, okay. So the actress said that in the interview that she will suffer a lot in season 3. Could that be suffer the loss of a life? Could that be torture? Could that be suffer the loss of a child? I wonder what that could be. I do want to point out about the trailer. I think that trailer is not directly right after what we saw in season 2. Jade's hair is a lot longer. Of course, we've got snow on the ground. It wasn't snowing at the end of season 2. So I think some time has gone by. Maybe a week, maybe more, maybe, I don't know. However, some time has gone by in that trailer. It definitely sounds like Sarah in the barn. I don't know who else could it be that Boyd would know that they're strong or even be talking to them like that. The only two people that I could see that being is Fatima or Sarah. It doesn't sound like Fatima at all. Also, someone who doesn't sound like someone is the cowboy. The cowboy to me doesn't sound like the person on the radio or the person on the phone in Kenny's dream. And Sarah said a lot of interesting things to Father Khatri in the basement when she was explaining the voices that she was hearing. She said that the voices are people who were there, have been there for a long time, and they're trying to find their way home. There's a lot of conflicting stuff she said about those voices. So she said they're trying to find their way home. She said they've been waiting for somebody to come to help free them that can hear them. She also said that they said that if she kills the boy, they'd all get to go home. But then she tells Boyd out in the woods that the voices told her to kill the boy or her brother would die. So which one is it? She said two different things. That's a little bit of conflict there. So if we can, let's go back and look at all of Sarah's scenes. I'd take all of the, so what I do pretty much is I look at the show based on characters. And I'll go and look at all of the scenes with each character to listen closely to what each character is saying. Okay, so we have two people that are saying that one that agrees with me and one that doesn't. Someone says that the Lone Wolf says that the voice on the radio sounded very like a cowboy. I don't think so. I did I definitely put them up together. I listened to them. The voice on the phone and the voice on the radio sounded the same. However, the cowboy's voice was a lot more high pitched. He sounded a little different. Um, he sounds like a cowboy. The voice on the radio sounded more like a trucker, if that makes sense. Oh wow, we got some viewers in here. First stream, we cooking. What's up, y'all? Give me some likes. Holler at me. Reach out in the chat. Give me your thoughts and theories. Let's talk this up for a little while. This is just my first test stream. Bear with me. I'm learning as I go. I'm gonna do a little research on how to make these things a little better and provide a quality stream for you guys. I want to shout out my two super chats. Karma Serene, she says, "Good evening. I'm seated for this great convo." That's dope. And Lone Wolf, he says, "Yes to Real Enigmas Lives." That's what's up. What's up, OG Pro? Yeah, holla at me in the chat, y'all. Let's get these likes up so that people can know that this stream is going on. I'm a night owl. So I assume that my streams might be coming late at night. Oh wow, thank you. CA 1983. She says, "Appreciate all your work. Thank you very much." I'm working on a video right now. I'm writing the script. I'm not going to tell you what it is. However, this video, I'm an old school guy. I like to write on with pad and pen. So I'm like 22 pages deep in this video right now. And this video is going to be long. It's going to be at least 45 minutes to an hour long. Do you think I'm going to do a poll after I'm done with the video and I'm done editing and everything? I'm going to do a poll, but I want to hear from you guys first, since you came to my live stream, since you're here with me. Do you think that I should split it up into parts if it's too long, if it is an hour too long, or what? Let me know. Okay, we getting some more viewers in here. This is dope, y'all. I'm appreciating this. I love it. Okay, you like long videos? Okay. Let me know. Let me know if you think I should split it up into two parts or if I should drop the whole thing. Okay. Some people say they like the long videos. Some people say an hour is good. Okay. Some people say they want to see it in parts. Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. And of course, I'm going to try to break it up into chapters if it's a long video. I'm going to also do a poll, and I'm going to highly consider what everybody's saying in here tonight. My night owl crew. Once I get this thing down together, I'm going to start doing a stream at night and a stream during the daytime as well. Then I'll cut up some of the streams and make pieces where it got very interesting in the conversation. I also want to learn how to do a call in, have some guests come up and speak, put a link in the chat for people that want to come up and talk. Just bear with me. I'm learning as I go. You know, I just started this channel a year ago, and just a little about me. When I watch TV shows or movies, I can't never like just enjoy the movie. I'm always noticing certain little esoteric things in movies and television shows, and also music as well. I do music. And I was supposed to start a YouTube channel, I think back in 2011. I think it was the season 2 of The Walking Dead was about to come out. And I was just making excuses. I just kept making excuses on why I wouldn't start a channel. I mean, we're talking about from The Walking Dead, The Prisoner, Westworld. There was a bunch of shows that I really had the notion to start a channel, but then From hit me. And I watched it. I was tuned in from day one, watched the entire first season, and I said, I'm going to make a channel. And then here came those excuses again. And so the excuses kept coming until I saw the trailer for season 2. I said, I got to get this going, and I got to drop my first video before the season starts. And so I dropped that video on May 14th. And I mean, I had like 12 views. And I dropped another video a couple days later, and I had like 5 views on that one. And one day, I think it was like June 7th, my channel just kind of exploded out of nowhere. Like it got like 11,000 views in one day. And to date, that's like my highest view. And by June 19th, I was already monetized and had 1,000 subscribers. And it really blew my mind. And to see this community come together. Oh, there's the brother Taryn. What's good, my brother Taryn? Yes, indeed. It's good to see Taryn up in here. Okay. Wow, I got 40 people in here for my first live stream. I feel definitely fortunate to have you guys here with me. This is dope. Me and Taryn been talking. We talk often, actually. We message each other a lot as well, and we I know it's the same as how it is with me. When I have a thought about the show, I just hop on there and message him real quick. I don't care when he hits me back. I know there's a time difference. I know he'll see my message. He'll send me something. He doesn't care what time. He knows I'm going to get to it. And I'm telling you, him and I have talked some things about this show that I think we are really going to see play out in different ways. I think some of it is going to play out literally. And I also think that they'll continue to give us these breadcrumbs that point to our theories. Yes, indeed. Yeah, look, it's 4 a.m. Here's Taryn in here. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, yes, the Beetlejuice analysis. I don't know if any of you have seen the Beetlejuice analysis, but Warner Brothers put a copyright strike on it and got it taken down. I've looked at other Beetlejuice analysis and theirs didn't get taken down. I don't know why they took mine's down. They demonetized it, which was fine with me. I just wanted to get the work out. But they took the video down. They didn't want you guys to see it. And I have some proof I want to show you guys. I'm going to re-upload it. I'm going to fix what they said was wrong with it. However, they just released another trailer for Beetlejuice, and it confirmed everything I said in my video. So I'm going to re-upload the Beetlejuice video before it comes out. I think it comes out in September. But if y'all didn't see the Beetlejuice analysis, I pretty much tell you who Beetlejuice is. And after I did my analysis, I was reading some articles about Beetlejuice, and come to find out the original script also confirmed who I told you Beetlejuice was in the video. I'm going to drop it. Like, I definitely touched the nerve. The analysis was definitely strong, and I'm going to tell you why they took it down. There was a part in there, I don't know if you're familiar with the movie, but the character Otho, I suspected that he was a part of the Red Shoe Gang. Now, this is literally what I said in the video. I said, look at Otho's red shoes as he comes through the window. Have you ever heard of the Red Shoe Gang? That's another theory for another time. I'm not going to get into it. I'll just let you do your own research. It was a couple seconds long. And when I look at the reason that Warner Brothers blocked my video, it was right there on the Red Shoe Gang part. So if any of you guys know about the Red Shoe Gang, go do your research about the Red Shoe Gang. I wonder if this live will get chopped because I mentioned the Red Shoe Gang. But yeah, the Red Shoe Gang line or the Red Shoe Gang bit on the video got me clipped. So I'm gonna see if I can re-edit the video. I'm gonna just use still images and see if they try to take it down again. But I'm gonna also do a part at the beginning where I explain where they took it down. I'm gonna show you screenshots of the part of the video and everything. So yeah, I definitely got to re-upload that video. I thought that video was a masterpiece. You know what I'm saying? I tied Beetlejuice into so many different things. I'm surprised you caught that. It was only up for a short time before they took it down. But I'm gonna try to re-upload it shortly here. I'm working on this very long video. Like I said, I don't know if it's gonna be broken up into parts or one long video. If it's over an hour and a half, I'll break it up. If it's an hour, I think I might let it live. But the hour long, it's definitely fire. You are really gonna love this video. I'm putting a lot of time into it. I'm like 20 pages deep. So that's like 40 pages, 20 pages front and back. I'm writing on paper. But yes, indeed. So my brother said that I'm on a breakthrough today. It has kept me up. We got this. History, bro. Yo, for sure, Taryn, I'm telling you, it's definitely history. Did y'all see the pictures on the brother that plays Ellis's Instagram? I think I posted it on YouTube, and it looked like he was in like the Wild West. He had blood on his forehead. And it looked like he'd been shot in his side or something. He was in a cart. I wonder if that was from, or maybe another production that he was in. But yeah, he definitely posted something that looked like it was from the Wild Wild West. I don't know if you saw that, Taryn. After I posted it, I sent you the post. Oh wow, we have 56 people in here. Are there 56 people in here right now? How many viewers do we have? Hold on. No, there are 22 people in here. That's dope. I have 57 views. Okay. Yeah, I'm learning. I don't know what I'm doing, y'all. But at least I'm here. We're gonna get this thing figured out. I think I have some great people up in here to help me. I want to start like selecting some moderators that can help out. I want to do some channel memberships, get some dope emojis created. I want to go live with some of my members only sometimes, and like when I have certain thoughts, I can share those with you. I got my brother Taryn, but I can definitely hop on the live stream just for my members and and share those thoughts with you. I might even put this next video out. I might drop it for members. Members will probably get like a 2-day. They'll see it 2 days before everybody else or something like that. I don't know. This YouTube thing is dope pretty much. It's changed my life, to be honest with you. It's got me more on my writing bag. It's got my efficiency with it even helped me with my morning workouts. Because I feel like, boom, I got to get my workout in, and then I can start my writing and start doing certain things. I've been helping other people with their channels, just teaching them what I learned along the way. For that first month that I had became monetized, I've been showing people, what I did, staying consistent, keeping my content valuable, not just dropping anything, but trying to make it as best as I can, but still dropping it even if it's not the best. Just like this live stream. Okay, so what's the brother saying? Okay. Okay, some of the folks were saying that it was from a vacation. Then why did he have blood on him? Like, did he hurt himself on vacation? And you do think there's a chance that there'll be a cowboy segment in the 1880s timeline? I definitely think so. I mean, that's what the country was looking like. And if we're right about our theory about this having to do with not Native American, but American history, then the country was definitely that type of landscape during the time of those dates on Tabitha's dream there. No, I'm not streaming to another platform. I am going to start going live on YouTube and Instagram. My Instagram lives will be like me on my phone. Like I might be in the studio, or I'm actually working on some music right now. I'm working on a From song, believe it or not. I'm gonna write something. I'm gonna write a couple of verses, probably gonna be 2 verses deep. And I was gonna write the verses as the perspective of Boyd, but I'm gonna write them as myself, as if I got trapped in Frumlin and I'm in here, and yeah. So I'm gonna transcendentally enter Frumland and write a rap song, guys. Like, hey, why not, right? Okay, I just figured out today where Tabitha and her mom Eloise's journey will end in season 5. Carl Jung will have the, I don't even want to mess that word up, which has been used as a journal by Philippe de Comines. Oh, yo. Taryn is playing a 5-dimensional chess game with the writers of From. He's already in season 5 right now. Like, and I believe him too. I'm definitely here. A lot of stuff that Terrence says to me about the show, I notice stuff and then I'll throw things at him and he's like, "Oh yeah, you're right. That's cool." And he throws things back at me. There's something that I was thinking of today. I wrote it down and I wanted to talk about that. Um Mr. Fish and Loaves. Mr. Fish and Loaves is a Jesus reference for sure. Mr. Fish and Loaves is also a Pisces reference. Okay. Now, hold on here. Let me see. Let me see something. So it's also a Pisces reference. I'm gonna see if I can bring up a browser and show you guys what I've been checking out. Let me see. What am I doing here? Okay. Let's move this down. Let's get that out of there. Move that. Okay. Let me see if I can get a browser in here, guys. I want to show you something that I was thinking about. All right. So the Fish and Loaves story the Fish and Loaves story is in the book of Matthews, which is a familiar name, the Matthews family. And Father Kotri also brought up the book of Matthews to Sarah when he had her in the basement in the Fish and Loaves. Okay, so why is Boyd? I mean, why is Father Kotri bringing up Matthews? I mean, the context wasn't that deep that he brought it up. However, he brought up Matthews. We have the Matthews family. His name is Mr. Fish and Loaves. Father Kotri points out that there are no Bibles in From. I also, I do think that the story overall does have a Christian aspect as well as Native American and um other religious nuances. So I mean the fact that it's Mr. Fish and Loaves, I mean that's even too long for a nickname. Mr. Fish and Loaves, like that was deliberately put in there for the Jesus reference or the Pisces reference. Yeah, I don't know how to put this browser on the screen. I wish I could. I wish I could put this browser on the screen and show you guys what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. Let me see what people are saying here. Yes, Lone Wolf, we are all trapped in Frumlin together. Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna write a rhyme about it. We gonna see we gonna see what's going on if people feeling my bars or not. Hey, I came across your Changeling review, and I must say you really know your stuff. You're super knowledgeable and thorough. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Changeling was dope all the way until episode 4. Episode 4 started falling off a little bit. It was I gave episode 4 a pass, but the rest of it really just seemed rushed. It seemed like most of the story was being told via the editing, and they were trying to match the editing to the book as much as possible. And then the last episode, who does a season finale that's less than 29 minutes long? Like, and then the 29 minutes, it's not even a half hour, first of all, but for 10 minutes, it was just footage that we already saw. So, I hope it comes back for a season 2. I would definitely like to get some closure from it and see what's up with it, and also follow it. I think it was a great show. It spoke on some of the nuances that we find in From, like with Leif Erikson. Uh, Me and Taryn both were realizing that they said something about Leif Erikson in there. So yeah, I think the Changeling was pretty dope. Uh, I wish they would bring it back and come back with a vengeance. I haven't heard anything about it either way. I think it's a good sign that we haven't heard anything, because I think any news that we do get about it will probably be that it was canceled. So who knows? I don't know. Did you notice they shout Jesus Christ a lot on the show? Yes, 41 times. Also, the scene with to speak to your okay theory, the scene with Boyd visiting Ellis at the clinic when he jumped off the roof on Colony House, they say okay a bunch of times. He even says, like, I'm here to let you know that it's okay, that you didn't say what you wanted to say or whatever. Like, they just say okay a bunch of times during that scene right there. But yeah, they say Jesus Christ all the time. So it's definitely a Christian element. We have deities at play here for sure. You know what I'm saying? And that may be why Father Kotri was chosen. And he even says that the people in the town are chosen. And Sarah said, to do what? And he implicates writing another chapter to the Bible. He said something very interesting. How could the Bible be a fixed object if all the players are still alive? Like, the Bible allegedly is speaking about all of us, right? And what happens to us in humanity. And so it's obviously not done if humanity's still on and kicking, right? So there's something there with Father Kotri. Yes, indeed. Let's see here. Taryn is great as well. You two take me back to my logic class in school. Yeah, thank you. But let me hear you cook. This is interesting. Okay, yeah. I'm over here just checking out a couple of things, just thinking about things. I have wrote a couple of things down to talk about. We're going to get into it. Yes, indeed. Okay. Yes, Lone Wolf. I don't know if there'll be a season 2 to the Changeling. They haven't said it was canceled yet, so I guess that's good. It was You're right, it was super disappointing. Don't know what they were thinking. I think that it was editing. I really do. I think that they didn't have enough for in the whole episode and they just edited, or they had something. I have a whole theory on the Changeling that might make a lot of people mad with me. So I'm going to go ahead and do that video just to test the waters and see where just to see where y'all heads at real quick. If you haven't watched the Changeling, go check it out. You're going to be disappointed with the ending. I'm not just setting you up for failure. I got to tell you that the ending is trash. The last couple episodes are trash, but the story is so dope. And I started listening to the audiobook. The audiobook is dope too. So shout out to that dude, Victor. I can't remember the brother's name, but the book is dope and the story is dope. They talk about changelings. There's uh oh yo, Taryn has the dopest changeling theory about From, that Thomas was a changeling, because he falls off the changeling table or the changing table. He breaks that down. If y'all haven't seen his theories on Reddit, go check that brother out. He cooks. Hold on. I'm trying to keep up with my thoughts and read the chat at the same time. I'm learning as we go along, y'all. So thanks for being here with me once again. Yeah, man, that's the line I use as an example on my OK slide on my presentation. Oh, okay. So then I mean, that whole scene with him and Boyd talking, yeah, Victor Lavelle, that's his name. That whole scene with him and Boyd talking at the clinic, those OKs were totally unnecessary. I don't know why they said okay so many times right there, and it just didn't even, it was just unnecessary. You wouldn't say it like that, you know? Um, the curse words, I think you guys have probably seen my video about the curse words and my thoughts about the curse words. I think that everybody is cursed. I don't think that they use that type of profanity. Now, from is definitely a WTF situation. However, some of the curse words are just thrown in there, right? But they're not just thrown in there. They're put in there purposely to signify that it is a curse. Also, I think that is the town itself is symbolic to sundown towns in America, in American history, and in present day, you know. But that's just what I think. 90% of the clues in From are in the script. Yes. Yes, they are. From repeated words. Yes, I believe that. Now that you like sparked my mind to that and you showed me how to look at the words, Taryn, and yo, he's totally credited for that. Like, Terrence showed me how to check the script, look at the words, look at what the characters are saying. The clues are definitely in the dialogue. Like, these characters are saying things that you just wouldn't say in that setting. Some of it is just like unnecessary, a lot of unnecessary dialogue, but it's interesting and it also gives clues. So they're doing that on purpose. Someone said that uh on Reddit, I was reading a thread on Reddit today, or no, about yesterday, and someone said that Taryn and I are giving these writers too much credit. Um, I don't think so. I think that people are getting tired of just showing up to TV shows and movies to look at special effects. I think they want some mystery. I think they want some story. I think they want the cerebral interaction from the viewers. Um, we're seeing this with shows like Silo, Severance. They're more cerebral. They get you. Even the Fallout joint on Amazon was crazy, but they had a lot of cerebral stuff that literally had to do with the game. You have people now figuring what time period they're in on the Fallout show as in reference to the game. So I think that these writers are now digging into their bags. And I mean, not all of them. You know, I'm a guy that can watch Power, Snowfall, then I can turn right around and watch Severance and From. I don't watch too many romantic comedy stuff, but I can watch a lot of different stuff, and I'm noticing a trend of the writers amping it up with a little bit of mystery because they're now realizing that in order to have a successful show, people must be able to interact with that show after viewing it by way of going on YouTube, by way of just searching stuff that they noticed themselves. So I don't think that we're giving the writers too much credit. Some of the stuff we could be missing on, and however, I think that a cerebral element has been baked into From and a lot of other shows that we're seeing on TV now. Another good one is Dark Matter. Dark Matter is fire. I might start doing streams on Dark Matter. I'm not gonna dedicate the time to doing videos on it. Um, However, I am going to dedicate some time, some streaming time to Dark Matter. Dark Matter is fire. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. you're going to hear some of the music that you hear from is in the show, and they repeat this music. And funny enough, it's in a bar, kind of like how From has its music in the diner. So go look at Dark Matter. You definitely got to pull your magnifying glass out with Dark Matter, or you're gonna miss the whole point. I'm gonna get into that in some of my streams. Let's say Apple TV has this genre on lockdown with all the new TV shows. Yes, indeed. I definitely can say that Apple TV is almost competing with that HBO level of production. They definitely put some bread behind their shows, and they're definitely competing with that HBO level. I think HBO is the GOAT, especially since they bought Cinemax. Like, yeah, I think that HBO is the GOAT right now. You just finished the finale of Dark Matter. Was that episode 8? Oh, the cheese merchant. This is a clue to James Kraft, the billionaire archetype in the 1800s timeline. I can pretty much guarantee this. Taryn is cooking, y'all. I'm telling you, Taryn is bringing something to the community that we don't see. We don't see this kind of analyst when it comes to it. I can't wait for Taryn's page to drop. He's gonna be coming up on my live streams. I'm gonna go on his if he does them. Yeah, I'm definitely here for it, my brother. Like you cooking. You dropped some stuff on things. Did you ever look up the Eric From? I don't know if you ever got a chance to look out that, but if I'll drop that tidbit out there for everybody. Go look up a man named Eric From. Um, he's in our American history. Check it out. I think there's a connection there. Uh, but I'll get to that later. I found a couple of things that can possibly connect him, but his name is From or From. Oh, the finale is episode 9. Okay. Okay. Yeah, definitely worth the subscription. Apple TV is fire. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. He says now I have to connect it to Carl Jung. I will see if he and Young knew each other for sure. So the finale came out. It's out. I haven't seen the finale yet. I haven't seen the finale. I might go watch it this evening. Yeah. So I'm reading through here. Did I miss anybody? If I missed y'all, drop it down there again. I'm I'm doing my best here. But and while y'all do that, I'm going to pick up some of these notes that I wrote down to talk about. I did talk about one of them. I talked about how Father Kotri brings up the book of Matthews. Oh, they did know each other. See, that's what I'm saying. Yo, so I'll just wait for you on that. Let me drop something on y'all real quick. Can anybody explain to me the very first scene in From when we see Boyd ringing the bell and we see the people in the diner and Sarah's in the diner and she closes the door and locks the door and rubs on the talisman in the diner? That I'm like, okay, so what is it? Did she spend the night in the diner that night? Like, does she spend the night in the diner? Like, I had no idea. And also, why is there a talisman in the diner if the diner's if no one's in there at nighttime? I don't understand that. Coco, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay. Okay. So why do y'all think Sarah was in the diner that first episode? What was she? Did she sleep in the diner? Did she sleep? I know she helps out Tien Chen, but did she actually sleep in the diner, or did she go out? Did they have a back door that goes to her house or something? I don't. That was kind of strange to me. Indeed, indeed, Taryn. Peace and wellness, my brother. I'll speak to you later. It was a pleasure having you on the first live. Thank you so much for coming through, blessing us with your presence. We're going to keep chopping at it. We're going to do a little late live, see what's going on with the people out here. We have 27 people. Yes, indeed. Okay. So what are your thoughts on that? Did Sarah spend the night in the diner that first night? That was strange. That was very strange. And is that where she got the message to stand outside by the road and watch the two cars come in? Because she said the voices told her to stand outside by the road and watch the two cars come in. She also said that the voices told her that two cars had come in once before and everybody died. Victor also tells Julie that it's special when two cars come in. So it seems that Victor was there, then the two cars came in. I wonder if it was his mother's car and the guy, Christopher, they both came in at the same time. I don't know if the brother Taryn is gone, but I can draw two parallels real quick. Okay, so let's say my theory is correct about the two cars being Victor and Victor's mother and Chris's car coming in. Okay, so we have the parallels. Let's draw a parallel to the other cars. We have Jade and Toby and the Matthews family coming in. So there are two cars. From one of those cars, one of the occupants was seeing the signs. That was Chris. From the other car, from the other parallel was Jade. He was seeing the sign. From the other car, the Matthews family, there's both family with children, a boy and a girl in that car. The other parallel is somebody from that car actually made it out, which was Eloise and Tabitha. So there are two parallels there. So my theory is that the two cars that came in was either Victor's mother's car and Christopher's car, or another car and Christopher's car. But I do think it was Victor and his family. Because he definitely says that it was special that happened. Okay. So you think that the talisman in the diner is strange? I thought that was strange as well, because like if everybody's going home, then why does the talisman even need to be in the diner? I think it's a waste. I would rather see a talisman in the barn, maybe. I don't know. Uh Sarah came early to work. Well, Sarah didn't have to come to work. If she stayed at the diner that night, she was up ready for work the next morning, at work already. You know what I mean? Smelling like yesterday. Sarah, I got to shout out Sarah. Sarah's the only person who we saw take a bath in from. You know what I'm saying? I know it's musty out there. Ain't no way them people ain't musty in from. I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to joke on these folks. I know they in a fucked up situation and everything, but Miss Lou, she got to go out there, get some herbs and something. If you can make shroom tea and all this, you can make some deodorant, goddamn it. Give those people some deodorant, please. You know it's musty up in Colony House. You got people fucking in the living room. Come on, it's terrible. I'm gonna tell you real quick. If I would have got stabbed like Ellis did, there's no way in hell I would have got on that nasty ass couch. Just put me on the floor. And you definitely not gonna throw that nasty ass pillow on my wound. I mean, you know that pillow smelled like ass and French fries. We not. There's got to be some things. That's why we got to give. You know what? Sarah was the only person to use the bathroom too. Sarah's the only person to use the bathroom. When she was out there with Boyd and he had her ass handcuffed, she said, "I gotta pee." He said, "Well, that's why I handcuffed you in the front." So Sarah, we can't lose Sarah. She's the only person that actually took a piss or a shit out there in the woods, and she's the only person we saw take a shower. So she gets mad cool points for that. I hope it's not Sarah in the barn. She's the only person out there that knows to bathe her ass. I mean, I'm just keeping it a buck with you. You know, they running around there sometimes. I know in them shirts that Boyd be wearing. Yo, Boyd is my dude. But bro, I know them shirts is musty. Man, you got blood stains on them. You've been wearing them shits out in the woods. Like, bro, you you wrangled up some goats and shit with them shirts on. You know them clothes is funky out there. They don't have no fabric softener. They don't have no vinegar. Free Sarah. Shout out to Sarah. She said, I think the pillow was chosen because of the color. Otherwise, picking a light color for the pillow for a stab wound is nonsensical. Sure, it probably was, but you know that shit was nasty. You know that couch is nasty. Y'all saw episode 3, that woman's ass on her ass and his ass on that couch. Them folk was nasty, y'all. Come on. When when homie was in the bathroom talking to the Jasmine girl, it didn't look like a lick of soap. It didn't look like nobody used the shower up in there. Colony House is musty. I'm sorry. Colony House probably smell like weed and ass. And we know it's true. Yo, the from hygiene is definitely gonna be in the rap. I'm definitely I yo, these is gonna be some bars. They're gonna be funny. They're gonna be real though. Because just like in the real world, monsters look like people. So there's nothing new there. Okay, so I have a theory about the gas in the groceries. The gas, the gas comes from the cars that come in. They probably siphon that and they probably ration it out. Um, and they probably run out. However, they have built a distillery, and so they've been making some sort of crude uh gas and alcohol. So I wouldn't put moonshine type shit past these people. Now the groceries, um, the only thing that's blowing my mind is the pancakes. How the hell is this woman making pancakes, y'all? This woman is making pancakes, y'all. What is she making them out of? Is she taking grass and processing it like wheat? What is she doing? Do they have a wheat field out there? Like, yo, she got lonely dragon pancakes out this motherfucker. You got you got the groceries. So the groceries, we know that the animals are there. That's one thing that I was wondering about. They got all them chickens and goats. I saw like 4 goats. They got goats. They had some other animals too, but it was like a shot where it was too far to see. How in the hell are they going hungry with that much livestock? A goat is a goat is meat for about a month at least. Like you'll have meat for a month out of a goat, I would think. Well, they got at least 30 to 40 people there. So I think that with them goats and livestock, and they had a bunch of chickens too. There's a scene in there where they got chickens. And even Boyd says that there was chickens out there. They did say that the chickens, there were no chickens in the traps, and the traps were bare at one time. Did I want to ask a question? I don't know. My memory kind of is not serving me well here. Was there a point where they said that the monsters killed all the livestock? I don't remember, but I think there was a point where they said that. Does anybody remember? Oh, where do they get the canned peaches? Hold on. Why did the man that was chained on the wall say it was all a dream after saying Abby was right? I'm gonna get to that. That's one of the things that I wanted to talk about. Where they get the canned peaches? There was a peach truck out there. I think they just ran out of peaches. However, I have a theory about the peaches too. I think that Donna is using the peaches to keep Victor Victor's memory gone. Hear me out, right? After the peaches disappeared, Victor's memory and shit started coming back. And they started showing like empty peach cans and stuff like that on his desk and whatnot. So yeah, that. What are they feeding the animals? Now, goats I know can go and eat the grass. Goats can eat the grass. Um, they can, and you can feed chickens. You could feed them scraps. You know what I mean? I remember I grew up in Florida. I remember one time I was over my friend's house, and his grandmother threw a pot of rice out the back door, and we went out there like 5 minutes later. It wasn't a grain of rice out that motherfucker. The chickens ate every single piece of rice that she threw out there in that out that pot. So chickens will eat scraps like a motherfucker. Chickens will eat chicken. You can throw some fried chicken out there. The chicken will bite that shit up and eat it. The 8-course spreads for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is perplexing. Maybe Tien Chen stays in the diner overnight. That's a lot of cooking and cleaning. Yes, indeed, it is. And that's a lot of food too. But if you cooking in bulk, and if you got stuff in bulk, and people coming through and they eat, I haven't seen a refrigerator in in the diner. Have you seen a refrigerator? I don't know if they got what. How do they keep the shit cold? Like, you know what I mean? I know they got leftovers and stuff. There was leftovers when Sarah told everybody that it was nighttime and they had to go. They just left the plates right there. I guess maybe that's why Sarah stayed behind to clean the plates and whatnot. So I guess she stays in the diner at night. I don't know. But that makes no sense because we've seen her at home and all of that. So I don't know. That's maybe, I don't know what they have. That was a very good theory that it was probably just a part of that pilot episode and it was just for the show effect. But there might be an answer to it. I don't know. I definitely do know that that is the Lonely Dragon's Cavern. Let's see what else we got here. Don't think so. They used the trap to play with that girl from the bus. Oh, they didn't. They did everything but play with her. They they posted her ass to a tree like Instagram, like right through the head, kept her alive. My thing was, why in the hell did Boyd pull the rod out her head? That's a bad way to go. I'm sorry. Why didn't they just shoot Shorty? Like, y'all got the bullets. y'all don't really use them shits for the monsters. So pop shorty and be done with it. If you how you pop your wife, but you can't pop this girl up stuck to a tree. Makes no sense. So there was a reason why they had him pull her off the tree like that. Besides the whole Brian Kelly thing, there was something about that. Okay, we did see pots and pans in the sink. We did see pots and pans in the sink. I seen people cleaning pots and pans at Colony House. Colony House had bread, so there's got to be wheat somewhere. But you can make wheat from other types of grass too. So that's what I was thinking about. Maybe the Lonely Dragon's pancake. You could probably you can process you can process grain in multiple ways. That's a theory there because Colony House has bread. Um, they have apples. They have peaches. Uh, Colony House shows us herbs, and we do know that they are the farmers. They're the ones that are tilling the land and growing the food up there. Donna's real instrumental in that. That's how we first saw Donna was with her hands in the dirt. What are they feeding the animals? Yeah, we talked about that. Okay. All right. So let's get into this. Here's another thing that I was thinking about. Okay, so we know that Boyd came in. He was on a road trip with his family. They were on their way home, and they ended up in this place. Boyd and his family, they meet up with Father Kotri, and they end up hiding in the hiding spot. That hiding spot, now, I don't know if any of you noticed this, but that hiding spot was the same spot where they had put the box. So, in other words, there's a hole underground where the box is at, where they sacrificed Frank. That was a sacrifice, y'all. No way, there's no way around that was a sacrifice. And um it was crazy because he's the one who interrupted the choosing ceremony, which is also a ritual, okay? Because they put the circle of stones around the flower or the stone to pick the different where you want to stay at, right? Um, Donna says that those were Boyd's rules. So Boyd is who came up with the choosing ceremony. Now, here's something interesting. When we first met Donna, she had her hands in the dirt. However, um, she says, we have an arrangement that you don't come up here. Why is Boyd not allowed at Colony House? You know, it could be because now my thoughts was probably like obvious. I don't know, but it could be because of Boyd Boyd's wife killing that one woman, right? That Donna seemed like she was close to the lady when Abby shot the woman, and Donna ran over there, and then Abby was about to pop Donna. So Donna could be sore against Boyd for leaving his family behind, causing Abby to go ape shit and start popping people. And Ellis is mad at Boyd for the obvious. He popped his mom. So my thing is this. Why is there any kind of friction in this man found the talismans? You see what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't have a Colony House if it wasn't for me and the talismans. So what arrangement did Boyd and Donna have? Are we going to learn that there was something else that happened after that? Where did Boyd get those sheriff badges from? Where did they get the badges from? If y'all Did y'all hear them talk about that? I don't know. Where did they get the badges from? Here's another theory that I had as well, that Kenny's pistol, the pistol that he uses as the deputy, I think that's the gun that Abby had. I think that's Abby's gun that Boyd gave Kenny so that he could be the deputy. I think he gave him Abby's gun. And I think that Ellis kind of felt a little funky towards Kenny because he knows that dude is playing deputy with his mom's gun. So when we see the first episode, Kenny and Ellis didn't like each other. Even when like the second episode, it shows them in the house, they was about to fight in the house and Father Kotri had to stop them. So, those are just some things to think about that they may expound on a little bit via some type of flashback. I think it was brilliant how they did the flashback of Boyd's family coming into Frumlin at the same time that they were doing the whole situation after Colony House had got ripped into. Then they start explaining what happened with Boyd. I think that was dope. So where did Victor get the gun in his lunchbox? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that joint was a revolver too. And it seemed like it was pretty old. It didn't seem like a gun. So it was probably from his time. He probably found a gun when everybody was dead and he was in that town by himself. He probably found the gun and tucked that joint in his lunchbox, which would be smart. Because Victor knows that you can't kill the monsters, but he also is privy that people in that town could snap out and hurt you and shit. Like Sarah, like Christopher, they could snap out and hurt you. I don't think Christopher killed them people. I think that he unleashed, I think that those monsters might have been locked up at some point. I think that there was a point where the monsters were let out. And Christopher might be the one who let them out. And then that's when the monsters started. Christopher let the monsters out. There's no, y'all saw the bodies. The bodies look like a Southern rib contest out that motherfucker, laid out all over the ground. That shit looked like a barbecue fest or something, yo. There's no way that man did that. No, that would have took days for him to dismantle them bodies like that. There was bodies all over the streets. So, another thing that I wanted to talk about was Victor saying that he had friends. So I'm like, okay, so you have friends. What friend? He started telling Ethan to leave him alone. He starts saying, "Hey, leave me alone. My friends keep dying. Every time I make friends out here, somebody ends up dying." So who were Victor's other friends? Was it when he was a kid? Or did somebody else come before Donna? And how come we didn't see Donna and Victor and how come we didn't see Victor in Boyd's origin story? Where the hell was Victor when Boyd came into town? They showed us, and they said Boyd was going out to the wood for weeks. They had been there for a long time before he found them goats. And he was going out there every night. Where was Victor? We didn't see Victor in any of those scenes where Boyd and them came. I just think that's strange that we saw Dale, but not Victor. Come on, y'all. So what's going on with that? Not trying to be funny or nothing. Here's another thing, and this is in the casting. This was done for a reason. Donna's no skinny woman. Donna's no skinny woman. She's a big girl. What the hell was she eating all them years in there? You know what I'm saying? You would have think if they was, I think that they cast a big woman on purpose to point out something different. Either that, I doubt if I don't want to say it was any kind of cannibalism or anything like that going on, but there's definitely something strange about that. You know what I'm saying? You get to a place like that, they didn't have the food, they didn't have the chickens, the goats, or none of that. You know, let me see what y'all saying in here. I'm rambling off, going from point to point here. I got my people in here with me. I see 27 viewers in here still rocking with me. We on the late night. Good day, everybody. We it's 12 o'clock here in Atlanta. Hold on. Where okay, so where did the lunchbox? Yes, it was a revolver. I'm also curious about where the dogs came from and goes to. That's very strange as well. The dogs. I think his name is Gus. Well, we at least know one of their names is Gus. Boyd called one of them Gus. So, yeah, where do these dogs come from? Who are the boy? Is the boy in white? Are those dogs his? The dogs seem to show up when the boy in white shows up, but the dogs also show up alone when they were with Boyd. Well, the one dog did. What's up with that? Those are Native American shepherd dogs, by the way. I did a video about that early in the game. Like I put a video out about those dogs. Those dogs are shepherd dogs, Native American shepherd dogs. The Native American nuances are all over the show. Like, look at the clothes that they're wearing too. There's Native American print. Everybody's wearing Native American print. Um, you see a lot of things, Native American vibes on the show, like the dream catchers, the herbs hanging upside down, and on the big dream catcher in the kitchen in Colony House. There's a lot of vibe going on with that. You got the medicine wheels, which are those big stones that Father Kotri was sitting in the middle of. I brought that up. I was, back to what I was talking about when I saw the first season before I started my channel. I used to go on to the YouTube and look at other people analyzing this show. And I was surprised that nobody picked up on the Native American stuff that was in the show. I was surprised to not see nobody talking about that stuff. There's a couple other things I want to talk about before I stab out for this evening. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I wanted to say how oh yeah. I was talking about Boyd spending the night in that hiding space, and then that hiding space, the box being put right on top of the hiding space. A lot of people I've seen have theorized that the trailer that Boyd had hitched to his vehicle is what is now the box. It kind of looks like that, but then again it doesn't. You know what I mean? Then I seen a short scene where that trailer was seen next to the post office. And it's only in one shot in the entire both seasons. So I don't know what's going on with that. Um, Here we go. I totally agree that Christopher didn't kill those people. They would have had to stand there and let him eviscerate them one by one. That makes no sense. Exactly. And not only that, look at the way the bodies were laid out all in the street. The same way that they were laid out when Boyd and them got out of their hiding space that I was just talking about. When they got out of the hiding space, you see the bodies all over the street. That's something that those monsters did. That shit is Chris didn't do that shit. I do believe he let them out though. I believe that he went looking for what that symbol was about, and he found something, and he might have been possessed. He started getting possessed because Victor did say that his attitude and his demeanor and stuff changed. He went from making people laugh to not being so funny. So Victor did point that out, but I don't I really don't know. I really don't think that Christopher killed those people. And like she said, they would have had to stand there one by one. And I don't think those people would stand. You wouldn't find them scattered out all in the street like that. If you do find them dead, they'll probably be all somewhere hiding, or they wouldn't have got caught by this guy. You know what I mean? And here's another aspect, right? If the monsters were there before that event happened, everybody would have known to be hiding and gotten away already. So I don't think that those monsters were a thing before the night of that massacre. I think my theory is that Christopher released those monsters, very similar to how Boyd released the cicadas. Exactly. Especially if the people had guns, because where did Victor's gun come from? If Victor had a gun, then somebody had a gun. If Victor found a gun from amongst the dead people, somebody had a gun and would have shot Christopher. So he's not who killed those people. He's who let them out. He might have found some sort of spell. He might have disturbed some sort of containment spell like the bottle. Think about it. When boys started touching the bottles with that stick is when Sarah started having the migraines and shit and ended up having the seizure because they were disrupting the containment spell. And that's what ended up happening. And so we know that Sarah is able to hear them. So she heard them and had a seizure. Ethan is also someone that can hear them, I believe. But she heard them, had a seizure. But after he set the tent up and put her in the tent, he said he went back out there and got one of the bottles down. And so I think that something happened and pulled Chris toward that symbol. He started seeing the symbols. He was probably someone that could hear them or see them, just like Jade, Sarah, Ethan. And he disrupted their containment and let them out. He was probably killed right along with them. I don't believe that he's one of them now, because I believe that the slow walkers come directly from them kids. And there ain't no saving them kids. Them kids is gone. The kids never told Tabitha that they needed her to save them. She just assumed that they needed saving. So that they never said that. They were saying Aunt Cooey. You know what I'm saying? Unless they thought that was their Aunt Cooey, then they wasn't saying shit that she even understood. So I believe that Chris let them out and he did the bad thing. That's what Victor said, that he did the bad thing. The bad thing was letting them creatures out. Them creatures came through and ripped the people to shreds. I think the monsters were already there when Victor was young. Victor tells Jade that his mom told him to hide somewhere that Christopher didn't know. Why were they hiding if not for the monsters? Well, maybe there was some sort of conflict and Christopher started acting out or something. Because why would she tell him to hide from Christopher? She didn't say anything about like hiding. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, she did indicate that hiding was taking place. I can see that. She did indicate that hiding was taking place. And she told Victor to go find a different place to hide. That could be true. Um, who knows? That one is kind of up in the air because she did specifically say hide from Christopher. Christopher did what Sarah did and revealed where the people were hiding. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that Christopher, Ethan, uh, and Sarah are alike as far as being able to, and Jade as well, being able to see and hear things. I definitely believe that because Victor does state that that symbol makes you do bad things. Is it purposely, like, does it make you purposely do something bad, or does it make you do some shit that has bad results? Um, I definitely see a change in Jade's character from the beginning to where he is now. He's still witty, he's still funny, but it's in a totally different way now. Jade changed as Christopher could have changed. So, yeah, Christopher and Sarah killed somebody. Do you think Christopher killed anybody? Do you think Christopher killed somebody? That's a good question right there. Do you think Christopher killed somebody at all? I got 25 people. I know I'm not sitting up in here talking to one person in the chat. Come on. Y'all just like hearing my voice? What's going on? Y'all just want to hear me talk? Don't worry. I'm going to get my call in number set up and everything and have y'all calling in. But y'all could hop in the chat. Let us know what's going on. Well, Victor said that he did something wrong. She said Victor's mom said hide somewhere that Christopher didn't know, indicating that they were already in the routine of hiding from something. True. That is true. I can't say Christopher did anything wrong. Victor said he did the bad thing. So what was the bad thing? He let something out. Something happened. He could have did what Sarah did. Um Sarah Sarah opened the door so that they could get in. They didn't have the talismans when Victor was. I don't know. They probably could have. Christopher killed Victor's mother. That makes sense. That makes sense because her body wasn't where the monsters typically put the bodies at. Miss T is on point with that. Where do I think Elgin's story will go? I'm gonna get to that. I think Christopher did something that let the monsters find the other ones, but he might have thought it was like a dream. True indeed. I can see that. I can see that. Now let me step into my theory mode real quick. In the theory, I believe in my theory mode, I believe that there's some sort of game or factions, different factions that are the big bads. I don't think it's like one big bad or one thing that's happening. I think that there's something that keeps the people there. I think there's something that created the place. And I also think that there's something that brings new people there. I think that all three of those things could be different entities. Okay. Um them them using the different players. Like, okay, Christopher is a player and he had to take something out. He had to stop uh Miranda. Isn't Victor's mother's name is Miranda? He had to stop Miranda from doing what she was to do. But I believe Eloise made it out. Now, was Eloise pushed through the tower? I don't know. Did she fall and they found her in the woods and brought her to a hospital? I don't know. I think we'll find out in the third season. But I think there's like some sort of game being played. I think Donna is aware of the game. I think Donna's aware of the game and the pieces. This is why she was okay with splitting the Matthews family up. I just can't let that go. Why in the world would a grown woman advocate for a girl, an underage girl, to be taken away from her family? A sensible adult woman would be like, no, girl, you need to go with your family, be with your mom and dad, be helpful to your family. Y'all need each other. Y'all, all you have. Like, I don't understand why she was like, yo, come up to Colony House and live your best life. Boyd, this was your rules. I don't know. I think she's got a hand to play. And like I said, I think she's the reason why Victor couldn't remember shit. I think that she was giving him them peaches, and the peaches help her control his memories. Because once the peaches were gone, he was more open to Tabitha. It was like he opened right up to her, like no problem. And then he started allowing her to jog his memory. He even opened up to Jade and was like, yo, give me a song on the violin of my mom's. Can you play a song for me? I need you to play it out here. I want to go sit on the car. I want to go do it out here. He opened up and showed Jade the car graveyard before he showed it to Tabitha. So I think that had something to do with the peaches. And it was deep because he wanted to share those peaches with Julie. And he draws a picture of Julie and puts a picture of Julie in the lunchbox. I think Julie will be the one who makes connections with Tabitha somehow. Let's not forget that Julie was the one tripping about her phone not working. Maybe something may happen where Julie and Tabitha make some sort of connection, or Ethan. Plus, we see that Julie has just been liberated from that whole monster that had her with the cicadas. So what was she seeing? And what did she learn while she was in that trapped state? You see what I'm saying? I think that the Matthews family, Jim, is related to the people that either created the place or created the spell that traps people there. Jim is connected to those people. He's connected to the architects of the tower because he literally was the architect of the tower. We saw their tower that Jim created in the tower, the lighthouse. We saw both of them at the same time in the same episode. We didn't see the tower in full frame until that episode that we saw the tower. And it was referred to as the Magic Tower several times. Okay. Let's go back. Okay. Yeah, Donna is suspect. Donna is really suspect. Why the hell Donna always got her hands in her pockets? What's that about? I don't trust somebody that's always walking around with their hands in their pockets. That looks suspect. That's all automatically suspect. And that's not something that she's doing. She's been directed to do that. Hey, do you remember that Stephen King book series called Under the Dome? From reminds me of that book TV series. Yes, Under the Dome was slept on, but Under the Dome was fire. It got kind of shaky in the last couple episodes or whatever. I mean, the last couple seasons, but it started off pretty dope. The mystery behind that was dope. I just didn't like the payoff. You know, I wasn't feeling the payoff that much. Maybe I got to go back and watch it and check it out. But Under the Dome was definitely a classic. I think I was watching that around like 2014, somewhere up in there. People who are already stuck in Fromville attract others to Fromville. Yeah, I believe that. I definitely believe that. Now, I believe that to an extent, right? I think, all right, for instance, right? I don't think that Mari is there because of Christy. I think Christy's there because of Mari. I think that Christy ended up in Fromville because she is connected to Mari. And then they ended up bringing Mari there when they got all of those people on the bus. Another thing, I think that Tilly is the grandmother of Megan. She's either the mother of Frank or Lauren Pratt. She's one of their mothers. Um, this is why the monster looks similar to Tilly. However, Megan was able to recognize that that wasn't her grandmother. Also, she said she was going there to bet on the ponies, and Megan had that Wonder Riding pony in her room, which was tipped over. So, yeah, I definitely believe that people you get there based on who your family is and based on who you're associated with or make family with. The lighthouse allows people into Fromville. We are we hear the foghorn of the lighthouse when Boyd and Sarah were in the tent. The horn sounds just as the bus became ensnared in Fromville. Now, that part isn't true. That part isn't true. The bus came in when it started raining. When Boyd and Sarah was in the tent, that's the day before. That was the night before the bus came in. The bus came in when it was raining, and the bus the bus came in when Jim was talking to the dude on the radio. That's when the bus came in. Cause then Jade runs inside the house and screams at Donna and tells her that there's a bus inside the colony house. Now the night before that is when Sarah and Boyd were in the tent and they heard the foghorns and they saw the light. And I believe it was a spider, a big ass spider, that drugged that tent. Even Ethan says, yes, this is a quest. Giant spiders, blah, blah, blah. Um, Bro, where did you see a giant spider at? What are you talking about? Like, yeah, so I think the giant spider, Ethan already talked about that. And he even talked about spiders coming down from the ceiling when he had the seizure in the RV that night. But yeah, like I was saying, the bus did not come in when Sarah and Boyd were in the tent. They were in the tent first, heard the foghorns, and then the next day starts raining and the bus shows up. Okay. Yes. I said that on this channel before, Lone Wolf. Crazy thought, but I think Donna is the leader of the spiders. Yes, I believe that. Some spiders, certain species of spiders, when they're grouped together, it's called a colony of spiders. Tarantulas are one of them. There's several different colony spiders that group together in colonies, and they're called a colony. Then she has the colony house. She's also who gave Fatima the dream catcher, which is a woven item, which is the symbol of the grandmother spider deity, which is facts. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, so I agree with you on that. That she's the leader of the spiders. So something happened, and she also wanted Boyd to like inform her of what happened while he was out there. And I think she low key knew, but not in detail. I also think she knew about the slow walker that they killed when they killed Smiles Davis. I hope y'all like the little names that I be coming up for the slow walkers. I'm gonna come up with the cowboy name soon. I don't know what to call him yet, but I just been saying cowboy walker. But Smiles Davis is hilarious, yo. Yes, Under the Dome was good. Donna's reaction to Julie wanting to go to Colony House was suspect. But so was Tabitha wanting to go to the magical tower and save the kids that were already clearly dead. That is crazy. Um, However, I think that it was one of those kind of things where she was grabbing for straws like, yo, I gotta find these kids, save these kids, and we can all go home type shit. I think that she felt like that was a major key to them getting home. Because if we look back at Miranda, Miranda said the same thing. Miranda said, hey, I'm gonna go get these kids and we're all gonna go home. I'm coming back to get you home. So I think that Tabitha was on the same shit right there. um, the suspect part about it would be her leaving her own children behind to go do so. Stupid, stupid move. But we need the story to go along, so I think that's why they did that. Okay, let's see. Tabitha went from being afraid of the Ankui kids to wanting to save the dead kids while her own daughter was in a coma screaming. That didn't make sense. Yes, I'm feeling the same way. Like, what in the world what in the world would you leave your kid like seeing like all right, so I have children, and when I hear something messed up happen to children, it makes me want to hold my children tighter. It doesn't make me want to go leave and be like, yo, let's go do this. Like, it makes me want to hold my own children tighter. So I don't see why she would just leave her kids while her daughter was like in a coma screaming every like half hour or so. Like, I don't know. And were those screams like on an alarm clock of some sorts or some kind of timer? Because it seemed like number one that the screams would happen every so often, but it seems like when it happened to one, it happened to all three of them. So was that some sort of was that what was were there a certain amount of screams and then the music box was gonna stop or something? I don't know. That was kind of dope, I thought. Okay, somebody said something about Stephen King's 11/22/30 63 has elements of From. Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen the elements on that TV show are definitely there, even in the actual character design and stuff like that. There are a couple other shows that I noticed about a year or two ago that have character designs very similar to the 11/22/63 joint. That joint is fire. Like, I wish that would have had more episodes or at least a second season. But could the lighthouse have oh okay, hold on, wait. If those boy if those boy helped, why did he push Tabitha out the tower window? But if Tabitha was unconscious when she came back, will she remember the outside of Fromville? Yes, I think she will remember. Rainbow. I definitely think she will remember um Fromville. As a matter of fact, she kind of indicated that she remembered it when she gets up and goes to the window. 'Cause she was like, no, no. Like, she's like, damn, I done left my damn family back at this shit. You know what I'm saying? She was clearly seemed like she was pissed off that she wasn't in Fromville and her family wasn't with her. And then, she didn't indicate that she was having any kind of amnesia when the doctor came in there and spoke to her. She didn't say like, well, who am I? Did you find my ID? Like, she didn't say anything like that. So I don't know. Let me see here. But it could but could the lighthouse have sounded the foghorn as it chose the bus to come into Firmtown? Oh, most definitely. It could have. I think it had more to do with the with several things, right? I think that from the entity that pulls people there is connected to them on the outside as well. That's why we would get so many different people on the bus at that same time. Like, okay, so who has a connection to Fromville? Elgin. He has a connection. He was having a dream on the bus while they were pulling in. That was one thing. Bhakta has a connection. The bus driver has a connection. Her grandmother knew the nursery rhyme. Mari has a connection. Mari was connected to Christy. Brian and Kelly have a connection because Boyd bear witness to the death of Corporal Brian Kelly in Iraq. So there were multiple people on the bus, and I think that concoction is what made that bus finally come through. The entity controlled their pathways to make them all end up on the bus together, to the point to where even Bhakta working, that wasn't even supposed to, her driving the bus wasn't even supposed to be a thing. She decided to drive the bus, make a little extra money to treat herself for graduating from college, if you don't remember that. So she shouldn't have even been there. So I think that these entities are connected to these people outside. When you look at the Brian Kelly situation, the entity was obviously there. And that happened in Iraq. So let's think about that for a second. The conflict in Iraq led to a lot of conflict in Iran, okay? And that's where Fatima's from. She said that her father was a cleric, a religious guy that was outspoken, and he got killed for it. Okay. So what started the conflict between the Iranian statesmen and the religious people in Iran? The war in Iraq started that shit. So Boyd is directly connected to the conflict that ended up Fatima's father being killed, and that's why they moved to the United States. So Boyd was connected to the conflict that eventually led to Fatima being brought to the United States. Not only that, she ends up with his son and his grandchild in her belly. So they're definitely connected by way of the Brian Kelly situation, which are people who were on that bus. And that bus was brought to Frumlin when all of those people were on it simultaneously. I also think that Tilly has a connection to people there. Like I said before, I think Tilly is connected to Lauren or Frank Pratt. She's one, Megan is one of her 7 grandchildren. Or 7 children, or yeah, well, Megan is one of her grandchildren. How many grandchildren did she say she had? I don't remember. Was it 7 grandchildren or 7 children? I think she had 7 children, 11 grandchildren, or something like that. I think that Megan is one of her 11 grandchildren. Okay, let's look. Okay, let me catch up to these comments. Give me a second here. That's an interesting thought about Mari and Christy. I'm just listening, but unfortunately very tired. Oh, no problem. No problem at all. Mrs. T, what's up with the weather? Is it a punishment or a warning? I'm not sure, but it was raining. It was raining the same. It was raining when the bus came in. It was also raining when the Matthews came in. It wasn't raining when they came in, but it started raining that night. It started raining at night, and it was pretty bad. Like, it wasn't just, it was, and it was out of nowhere. Like, the sky was clear and everything, and then all of a sudden it starts raining as they were trying to get Jade to Colony House. hmm The weather maybe the weather signifies changes. Yes, most definitely. I think that she sent the spider up to help Boyd and Sarah, and she healed Boyd. I agree with that. And I think that the people that are in Colony House are being healed. Fatima expressed that she had something going on where she was unable to bear children. Her staying at Colony House probably healed that. And Donna was overjoyed to hear the news of that and to possibly know that her healing spell works at Colony House. Ellis jumped off the roof, hurt his arm. He was in the clinic, arm fucked up. Soon as he went back home to Colony House, his arm healed. Next thing you know, he's out there making jewelry and shit. So, what else? Ethan, his leg was impaled with a metal table leg through his leg. First of all, that shit hurt. Second of all, he healed up quick as hell because he stayed the night at Colony House after that. I think that that's what led to him healing. Even his mother points that out after they left Colony House. She was like, yo, your leg's healing up. Who else? Ellis, again, gets stabbed. His lung is punctured. He goes to Colony House and heals right back up. Somebody said that the entire town is healing people. I don't believe that. I think it's Colony House. Because look at Jim. He's still limping and hobbling around from being stuck up under the house. He's been limping and hobbling around the whole time. Since getting stuck under the house, he hasn't healed yet. Everybody else is healing that's been at Colony House. Now we have Tilly, who is at Colony House. Will she be healed of her cancer? And will the morphine be able to be used to help Mari deal with her addiction and her recovery? Because they used to use drugs like that, but they use something that's very similar to morphine in order to help addicts in the clinics. So yeah, they use something very similar. So that could be a possibility. Or Mari has been at Colony House. Can she be healed of her addiction? I believe that addiction is a sickness and an illness. And so can she be healed of that by staying at Colony House? Shit, she sounds like she gets into those hard drugs. You know, she might be smoking some meth and some crack and something. She doing something heavy, some heroin or something. But they got enough weed out there for her at Colony House. Maybe she could chill out and get irie. I don't know. We'll see. Somebody said Tabitha was feeling helpless. I agree. She was feeling helpless. But I just can't get over leaving your children. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, I have children. When I hear about people, something happening to children, stuff like that, it just makes me hold mine tighter. It doesn't make me want to like help anybody else but mine. Like make sure mine is safe, especially in a what the fuck situation like Fromville. Like we're stuck here, we can't go anywhere, and I'm about to go in the woods and risk my life and my kids is here. What I'm like, and then you got a husband, and you can't like be that selfish just to leave your husband there with these kids like that. Like I don't know. It's strange. I think that she was under some sort of enchantment by these children. I think that her situation is a lot like Victor's mom's situation. Like she left him in the root cellar. The daughter knew something was wrong with that. She's like, I ain't staying in here. Like I'm good, man. Let me get the fuck out of here, mommy. Where you at? Like she dipped up out of there, left Victor in there. So I don't know. Like that was one of those things that made me go, you know. Um, I don't think that was just to make the story go along. I think it was actually a part of the story. I think she was enchanted. Think just like Chris was enchanted, just like Jade has been enchanted. I think that just like Sarah has been enchanted. I think that Tabitha choosing to do that was totally something like a part of the game that's being played. She's a piece on the board. She said all these people are pieces on the board being they think that they have some sort of a free will, but they're actually just pieces on the board. Look at Boyd. He, he couldn't stop going out there to the point to where he totally neglects his wife. She thinks he got caught by the slow walkers, and she starts popping people in the morning. She comes out the hiding place, popping people. Yeah, I think that Boyd was enchanted by going out there finding stuff. Think about it. The day that happened, he found those talismans. So he was a piece on the board that needed that to happen. They needed that to happen so that they can further the game along. Um, yeah. So is the music box? Hold on, let me see where we at now. I can't believe that Tabitha is dead until season 3. She is unconscious. Uh, Tabitha's conscious. She's in the hospital standing at the window. A lot of people say her reflection looks like somebody else. I don't think so. It looks like Tabitha to me. It does look like her hair is a different color, but that's because it's a reflection with the sun bouncing off of her. I don't yeah, I think it's kind of strange that nothing was moving down there. Um, I don't know, but I'm leaning, I'd say 95% towards her being out of Frumlin. Another Stephen King book and TV series, Outsider, is also good with the shape shifting and Native American hint. I definitely got to check that out. I saw that. Someone said I loved Outsider. Yeah, I'll have to check out Outsider, says Lone Wolf. Yeah, I'm gonna check out Outsider. I saw that. I never checked it out. I'm gonna tell you one that's real dope. If y'all never saw The Prisoner, there's 2 of them actually, but go look at the latest one. The Prisoner is pretty good. Is the puppet like the music box? I don't think that the puppet is like the music box. However, ventriloquism has its roots in necromancy. I did a video about that. Go check it out. It's a real dope video. And it also wraps up my entire theory as well to kind of give you like the rough draft of how the theory is laid out. As time goes on, like this video that I'm working on now, I will be working out like an in-depth theory, actually locked in and locked down. But I think that I've done a good job of conveying my overall message and my thoughts on the show so far. So did Smiles Davis kill the old couple on the bus because they had no connection to Frumville? We don't know if they had any connections though, but they did get slaughtered by Smiles Davis because that was probably one of the dopest special effects portions of that season. When he caught the old people on the bus, the lighting, the shots that they chose, the camera movement, everything was like cinema quality. It was crazy. That was probably like a highlight. That's probably one of the scariest moments on the show as well. And it was crazy how he told him like, "Yo, you seems like you picked a bad spot." Like, yo, that was crazy. Okay. Let's go here. I think Boyd may have been doing black ops missions in Iran if he and Fatima are connected. Fatima are connected. Yes, I got a cousin named Fatima, so I'll always be saying that, but I'll be trying to say Fatima and pronounce it right. But yes, Boyd and Fatima are connected. There's no way around that. Like, think about it. The Brian Kelly situation happened in Iraq, right? That is what gave us the clue about Fatima. Well, at first of all, in the first season, Fatima's at the Brundles with Julie, and she tells her whole origin story about the father, them living in Iran. She's from Iran. She ended up coming there when she was 11 or 12. I think she said 12. Um, and then, oh man, I just came up with another one. I got to save that one. So she came up there when she was 12 or 11, and she gave her whole origin story. Now, where's the connection? There's no connection to her whatsoever until we get the Brian Kelly situation. Okay. Now, when Brian Kelly were being abducted, Fatima was screaming and yelling at the cowboy monster, who I think is who got those people, Brian and Kelly. Okay. Now, the Brian Kelly situation happened in Iraq, which he was in the war in Iraq, which caused a lot of conflicts between the religious people and the statesmen in Iran. This is a fact. This is all facts. I'll be 45 this year. I'll be 45 this year. So I remember the Gulf War. I remember I was in the 7th grade when Bill Clinton made the decision about the war and everything, and I remember that whole thing. I remember that happening vividly. Like, and so that's what started the stuff in Iran. Plus, in the area that I lived, there were a lot of Iranians and different Muslims and different people around. So I kind of knew a little bit about what was going on. I was one of those kids that was always reading, real, into stuff that kids that age, my age, were not into. All my friends was older, so I was like hip to that situation. I do know that a lot of people came over to America from Iran after that situation, right? And so that is a connection for sure. Now, what makes that connection even solid and puts a little cement on that connection is the fact that Kelly said that they tortured Brian. The cowboy monster speaks of breaking Boyd by torturing somebody and making him watch. The connection comes in where Fatima clearly says in the second season that she feels like this place is torturing her. She says, sometimes I feel like this place is torturing me. When she ends up pregnant, she's like, I think the place is torturing me. She said that to Donna when she was talking to Donna. So that is kind of what puts the cement in like the building blocks. I don't know if y'all was following me on that, but like all of those connections kind of fit. It definitely explains why an Iranian girl that came to the U.S. would be connected to Boyd. You see what I'm saying? Let me check out some more of these comments. Jim got that wicked witch treatment under the house. Yes, he definitely did. Jim got the wicked witch treatment under the house. Like they dropped the house on him like it was equity. I think Tabitha was lured to the lighthouse by the boy in white. That could be so. The boy in white could be connected to the children. The children are being tortured. The children are being turned to these slow walkers. Look at their fingertips when they was touching on Tabitha. They look just like Smiles Davis's hands when he was in the makeshift morgue down there, and they was doing this little autopsy. So yeah, Smiles Davis. Look at the veins on them. You see red and blue veins on their skin. Same thing with Smiles Davis. Same thing with all the monsters. Look at them when they bust through the box to get Frank. You see all the veins. Them shits is scary and ugly. The slow walkers are the children. Okay, I think that the children are laying on the slab, and a spider comes out of that hole where them. I think all of the damn the symbol, the roots that make the symbol, I think they turn and move, and I think they eventually open up and turn out of the way and let a spider come down and bite them, and they start changing them. I think that's what healed Boyd. Now, I had a video that I put out about that, and I made some good points, but I want to say this here on my live stream and just clarify a couple of things real quick. Boyd, well, first of all, in the video, I said that Boyd, the slow walkers seemed to have a problem with him. Seemed like they were struggling trying to get him to that post. It seemed like these slow walkers are pretty strong, right? They bust through the wall, they can bust through shit. Um they bust through the walls of the box like it was nothing, like it was paper. And they taking shots straight at point blank. They took one from Kenny on the porch. They took one with Boyd when the one sliced Father Cottry's neck. Boyd shot it. They're pretty strong, right? So why are they struggling getting Boyd to that post? I thought that was because of the spiders. I think I am right about that. However, there's something else. The slow walkers never went to get Boyd before he got bit by the spiders, when he was looking for the talismans. When he found the talismans, they looked at him and they kept it moving. Maybe they can't enter that thing where the talismans were. But it was under my assumption that whatever you were inside of with the talisman had to be like closed. And if those vines closed it up, oh well, I guess, but they didn't attack him there. They didn't attack him at any point where he encountered them. When they were out, he was out there in the woods after he came out of the thing with Martin. Now that is after the spider bites. However, they never have attacked Boyd. So could it be that he's a piece that is on their side and he's unbeknownst of that? I don't know. Somebody said, we need more videos from you. Yes, indeed. More videos are coming. More live streams are coming. More things are coming from the Real Enigmas and Theories channel for sure. I love doing this. This is fun. This is my favorite show. From is number 1, Severance is number 2. I haven't done anything on Severance yet, but I am going to talk. My theories is off the wall for Severance. I need to really get to work on that. I have a lot of work to do, working in the studio. I do graphic design, I do video editing, I shoot videos, and I work. And so doing all of that stuff, side hustles and working and everything, is kind of hard to lock myself into doing a lot of content. But I'm telling you, when I get around to doing Severance, watch out, because my theories on Severance, I haven't heard anybody talking about the stuff that I'm on Severance. Severance is next level cerebral, yo, like for real. But I still think that From edges it as far as mystery is concerned. From is the perfect mystery show. A lot of people complain about not getting the answers fast enough, but I think that's due to the binging age that we're in, where you're able to sit and watch an entire season of something. And I think that's kind of like spoiled humanity a little bit, coming off of a more traditional terrestrial channel television show where you had to be there at 8 o'clock Thursday night. The show would come on. If you missed it, you had to rewatch it on Saturday when they played a rerun or some shit like that, or probably you just missed it. You know what I mean? I remember my family coming together to watch the Cosby Show every Thursday night at 8 o'clock. That was it. What was it? TGIF was on ABC, watching Family Matters and Perfect Strangers. You had to be there or you had to catch the reruns. And I think that in this age of being able to watch stuff on demand, people have been a little bit spoiled, and it kind of dulls it out when they can't just get the answers right away. With a show like From, you don't want to drop a whole season, because that would just defeat the purpose of writing an intricate mystery. You want people to watch the episode and then wait a week. You need to digest what you just now saw, along with all of the other stuff that we already dropped. The 2 seasons, we about to drop the 3rd season. Yeah, you're going to wait a week. I wouldn't mind if they dropped like 2 or 3 episodes, the first 2 or 3 episodes. That would be dope, because they did that with the 1st season. They didn't do it with the 2nd season, but the 1st season, they dropped the first 3 episodes in one day. I wouldn't be too mad at that. And I would kind of expect that, being that the show was delayed by the writer's strike. So if we see that, don't be surprised if they drop like one or two, I mean 2 or 3 episodes on the first day, because they did it with the first season. But yeah, I love the show and I can't wait. I've never anticipated a show coming back like this one. Besides Game of Thrones, like they used to make us wait 2 years for that shit. Like, get out of here. All right. She fell out the window. How? Well, Rainbow, she was pushed through the window. Like the boy in white apologizes to her and hurled her right out the window. Okay. I really look forward to her telling other people about it. I think you might be talking about Tabitha telling other people about where she was from. Um, you got to think Tabitha at this point is a missing person in the real world, right? So she's a missing person. And so if she pops up here and she tells people who she is, people are going to ask her where she was, where her family is, what the hell is going on. You went missing from here and we found you over here. I think that story will get out that this is happening or this happened. And that is how she finds Eloise. I think that that's what's going to happen. I think that Eloise remembers being in Frumlin and she just doesn't know how to get back, or she might think that she might think that it was you know a dream or something. She might think that it wasn't real. Here was a theory that I found interesting, that Abby is Eloise. That would be crazy. Because she did say that she had a dream when she was a little girl. And what if she got out and she went like total badass in the military and became a Marine and just kind of like forgot about that shit. And then she ended up back in that place and starts popping people and shooting people and shit. Think about it. That's a massacre very similar to the massacre that happened in Colony House. Also the massacre that happened when Victor was a kid. Somebody says, I know the Prisoner series. I suggested it on another stream. Yeah, the Prisoner series is dope. I read the book The Outsider the show is based on. I really enjoyed it. Yes, indeed. I got to check that out. I haven't read the book. Cube Zero and the OA. Never watched. The OA was dope. I don't like how they ended it, and I don't like the fact that they canceled it, which was lame as hell. Your video on ventriloquism and necromancy was fired. Thank you. Check out season 2 of Channel Zero. It's like From in a lot of ways. Yes, there was also another show that was kind of like From, and I thought about it, and it had the same archetypes that we see here, like with Boyd and Donna, and it slipped my mind right now when I originally read this comment. Let me see here. Not sure what it is about From, but you start trying to pull in plots from other series and books in order to find the future direction of the show. That could be the case. We saw the teenage male monster and the teen girl got Brian and Kelly when the door. Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, yes. Yep, we did see that. Yes, we did see that. And we haven't seen the teenage male monster again since we saw him try to talk to Julie. I wonder if like Julie, uh if the monsters kind of like change. Well, they said they know all of your names, right? So they know all of them and they know everybody. I wonder if they're able to like change their appearance, because they're obviously changing their appearance from their little ugly look that they have there up in the cave, and then they change their appearance. It seems like when they get ready to go to sleep or when they get ready to attack, they turn into like ugly ass creatures. But yeah, I don't know. I recall something about the Infinite House, butchered name. Oh, okay. Why can't the monsters come out during the day? I don't know. We don't know if they can't come out during the day though. We just know that they do come out during night. it's kind of like when I first started watching the show, it was kind of gave you vampire vibes. But as you get to watching the shows, they're not really like vampires because they're not feeding on the people. They're not drinking the blood. The blood's everywhere. They're not eating them because the bodies is ripped open and all that. Like they just like torture them and tear their bodies apart real crazy. I love watching reviews, especially the ones that are really informative. If you keep at it, you could totally become one of those big YouTubers. No cap. Oh, that's dope. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just need the support of people like you. I don't care about getting real big. I don't never if you listen to my videos, I've only the first two videos I asked for people to follow and subscribe and share. And I only did that because I kind of felt like that was, the YouTube thing to do. But I feel as though I never liked or shared or subscribed to a channel just because somebody asked me to. I did it because I like the channel, I like the videos, I like the value that they bring with their content, and hopefully you guys feel the same way about me, and that's what keeps you here. That I hopefully the same thing that brings you here keeps you here. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I definitely would love to become a big YouTuber. That would be pretty dope. However, I'm not really focused on that. I'm just trying to bring some heat. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get in here and drop my theories and bring some heat. So yeah, it looks like I'm there with the comments. Okay. Yo, how am I doing? Like, did I take too long to like go through the comments and am I going back and forth like is my what's going on? Give me some feedback about my channel, about my first live stream, if you will. Give me some feedback. Let me know how I'm doing. Okay, I have some notes here. I was going to say something about when Jim. Okay, so when the Matthews family was coming in the RV. Oh, thank you, thank you. When the Matthews family was coming in the RV, they came to the tree and Jim gets out the RV and he goes around and looks at the roots of the tree. And so, I, my theory about the roots is that when they open those roots and that spider comes down, it brings somebody into town. Or when they open the roots, that is releasing the tree from the ground and it falls in the road, and that's how they get someone there. Now, that's a theory. Um, I'm probably I'm probably like 75% on that theory. I'm not really 100% on that theory. The reason why is because like how do you explain the animals? I think that the animals get there too in the same way. I think they kind of like walk through this little pocket dimension, as Dale says. I said it in one of my videos a while back that I think Dale is actually right. What else could it be? Now, that is where it would get semantic, right? Because what is pocket dimension? What is the definition of that? I'm taking it as the most obvious definition, a dimension that's separate or a pocket that is separate from the dimension that you're in. So I'm just taking it like the most obvious definition. However, however, there's a more detailed definition of that for sure. Um, I don't think that that's what it is. I don't think that it's the more detailed version. I think it's very simple. Like they're in some sort of thing that someone has created. Another person has made it so the person that created it can't leave. And another person is bringing people in to play this game between these different entities. Um, I feel like when you look at the show, it's kind of clear that that's what it is. It's kind of clear. Like you have these slow walkers, but then in the second season, it's revealed that that's not even the damn threat here. Martin says, you think the slow walkers is that's not even the tip of the spear. That's, or he say that's just the tip of the spear. You see what I'm saying? So there are other things that are there, I think. And I think that there have been other people like Boyd that came along and created ways to help them and assist themselves in this place. And I think they did it by way of like different ancient magics and stuff like that. Now, this show is definitely categorized as science fiction. However, there have been shows and movies that were categorized as one thing and end up being something totally different. There's several movies like that. As a matter of fact, I was watching one recently on Amazon, and it was supposed to be like a science fiction alien movie. And it was about this guy who was a soldier who came home and he had a little son. And he thought that these aliens was after him. And so he goes and he gets his son. He kidnaps his son because he thinks that the aliens is after his son too. And you go through this whole thing and it seems like, yeah, this is aliens after this kid. You know what I'm saying? But next thing you know, it shows like they start showing the guy had like mental injuries that were making him think and was paranoid. And then it all ended up being like a psychodrama. So, but this was categorized and it was advertised as like a sci-fi, horror, sci-fi horror with aliens and shit. And it wasn't that. So shows can do that. Movies can do that. Especially when it comes to concealing the plot and when it comes to concealing the actual mystery. Yeah, shows do that. Like, okay, you could even look at I watched the show Power Book. I forget what book it is, but it's the Raising Canaan joint. Yo, they had one of the actors get killed on the show, and then he flat out lies and says, "Oh yeah, well, they killed me off because I'm about to go on tour with my music, Joey Badass." Next thing you know, at the end of the season, they bring him back. So he was never dead. So like, yo, these shows will flat out lie to you to like conceal certain things or in the show that they don't want you to know yet. And they'll flat out just lie to you all the way down to categorizing the show. Because they might want to get some people. All right, so the show is not for science fiction people. If you like science fiction and you're watching From, is From, I mean, look, we got 2 seasons already. It doesn't have anything that would satisfy the taste of someone that likes science fiction. It just hasn't given you any science fiction vibes at all. All the science fiction vibes, you have to sit there and theorize them. Oh, this is everybody's in a hospital, a mental hospital, and they're all having a shared dream and they're being experimented on, or these are aliens. You have to literally theorize everything that, if you're a science fiction goer, you have to actually theorize all the stuff that would be science fiction in this. They didn't give you anything. They didn't give you, if you are here to watch some science fiction, they didn't give you anything that a science fiction person would like. They've given you mystery. They've given you horror. They've given you even like a mystical, magical type of thing. But, all right, so when you look at Cabin in the Woods was giving you all of these different monsters, zombies, different things, and they ended up paying you some science fiction. They started showing the mechanisms that they had to drug the people. They started showing the monsters were mechanical. They started showing all of these different things. They were satisfying the taste of someone that likes science fiction. From has gone through 2 entire seasons and haven't given you anything that says science fiction yet. So if that was your plan, to make a science fiction like From and not really drop any any science fiction nuances, then you'll lose your audience. So they weren't trying to get the science fiction people. They were trying to get people that like horror. It definitely does not categorize. Look, okay, From is not categorized as the mystery either, but it's a mystery. So why isn't it categorized as one? So we gotta look at that. Like if a person likes science fiction, their taste is not being fulfilled in From at all. They don't get into that. Let's look at some of these comments. It's smart in a way to introduce the elements to the show with so many different introduce the show with so many different elements. It's like catching a wide net to capture a wider audience. For sure. I could agree with that. But I think the core fan base is horror here. Why? It's because look at the first few episodes. I mean, look at the first few minutes of the first episode. You watch that shit for 10 minutes, and if you're a horror fan, you're locked in. If you watch the first few minutes of the first episode until they come to the intro credits, you're locked in if you're a horror fan. If you're a science fiction person, you're going to be locked in to see if this is an alien or some shit like that. They haven't given us any of that. And I think that the stuff that they have given us, which I see some people pointing out, I think those are red herrings. I think that the actual answer is deeper. All right, I'm going to point this out to you. This was a controversial theory that I had on this show, and it was about the Jim Crow era. I'm personally tired of Hollywood rehashing history. However, I'm very impressed with the way they've done it in From. I'm also tired of Hollywood making everything political, bringing things from our actual political atmosphere today and putting it in the TV shows. Like, we watch our TV shows to get away from real life, right? So don't put that shit in the show. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. We don't want to see that. That's why I'm watching the show. If I want to watch some political shit, I'll go turn on the news, right? But From has done this in a way that is undeniable. The Jim Crow aspect, my Jim Crow theory. You don't have to like it, but it's undeniable. It's undeniable. Jim crows like a crow several times in the first 3 episodes. The first episode, he crows and said crows do strange things. And then the book, The Crominocle, Crow Men. Then the person that created Jim Crow, his name is Thomas Dartmouth Rice. And then their son's name is Thomas. Then the book that he holds up, the Grand Gulagog, looks exactly like the Gollywog from the Jim Crow era. Those things are undeniable about this show and about that theory. Also, the Toby and Fiddler. The Toby and Fiddler, and Jade playing the fiddle. And then Jade being the one to find the roots. There's so many different keys that point to that theory being correct. That is what has me hooked on the theory that From is ancient situations in American history that created this place and that keep people in this place and bring people to this place. And there may be even more than that. There may be more than that. It may be an amalgamation of different religions and people fighting with their religions and the people fighting with their magic and their ancient magic throughout history. Things in America's history is very ugly. However, I think we've become one of the greatest countries in the earth, for sure. As far as many different things, freedom and, just the right to bear arms and many different things that I think is great about our country. Um, but we do have an ugly history. Now, uh, the way that history is thrown into all the TV shows and stuff, it's cool and everything. I'm tired of seeing slavery shows. You'll never see me cover one of those. Like, but the way From did it is so dope. Like, even all the way down to it being a town that you can't come out at nighttime. Like, that's reminiscent of the sundown town. Like, the people are sharecropping their own food and stuff like that. Like, all of that kind of stuff kind of points to ancient history. And I'm gonna tell you something else. If you never watched From before and you saw the season 3 trailer, you saw some white men taking a black dude and putting him on a post and making him watch somebody be tortured. That's what you saw if you never watched this show and you didn't know what the show was about and you saw that trailer. That's what that person saw. That's what you would see. And that's how that translated to people, because I know people that never watched the show and saw the trailer. And it were people, if you go to the trailer's comment section, you see people that never saw the show, and that's the vibe that they got. It was on, they got like a racist vibe from it. We didn't catch that because we watched the show. We know what it's about. We know that these monsters are indiscriminatory with how they kill people. We know that they'll tear you up. They don't care. We know this, right? But other people that first saw that, like, and I think that they made that trailer, the teaser trailer, look like that on purpose. I mean, but yo, let me look at some of these comments. Good night, Rainbow. Okay, I see you. Okay. Shared hallucinations is how the brain creates the reality of a dream like place. Okay. I can rock with that. Let me put this out there. I love all the theories. I even love the theory of Elgin being the child of Fatima and Ellis. That shit is funny as hell to me. I'm fine with that theory. Like, it could very well be. I don't think so. However, I don't be getting mad at nobody's theories. I'm gonna use that to segue into what I think about Elgin's storyline in a minute here. I totally agree. I don't find terrorism, politics, or slavery to be entertaining. Yes, it's not. It's not. They need to let's keep good stories. I mean, we have enough in the real world that you know we can get our fill of all the racism and politics and all that shit just looking at the real world. When I come to watch TV, I'm trying to get away from that shit. I'm not trying to hear your political message in the damn show. That shit is lame. Like, that's what made me not fuck with the boys no more. The boys is trash to me now. Like, but I'm not even I made a decision not to, if it's negative and if I got something negative to say about the show, I'm not even going I'm not even fucking with it. That's why you still see me fucking with the Changeling, because I have something negative to say about it. However, I still am hoping for the best, and I think I did some dope videos about it. I think the show was dope, so we're gonna hope for the best on it. But the boys, nah, yo, they messed the show up. Um, okay. Thanks for mentioning The Outsider. I looked up the trailer before and it looks good. Yeah, I saw it too. I just haven't watched it. I definitely want to get into that. It's good. I hope you enjoy it. Rainbow, good night. That is true about the trailer for season 3. Yeah. Yes. The kimono monster tried to drown Elgin. We're gonna segue into some of that. They have a lot of good books that can be a TV series. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hopefully, now I'm gonna tell y'all. So if y'all been following my channel for a while, y'all know that I've been writing a book. Yo, writing a full novel is very difficult for me. Like, because I'm actually writing the whole thing myself. Like, I didn't plan on. I am gonna pass it to an editor. However, I'm going to write my book myself. I'm not gonna have like all these people writing the book then we pass it to the editor, and I just slap a fake name on there. No, I'm gonna write my book myself. So it's been taking a while, and I had a problem with dialogue at first, but Taryn gave me a wonderful tip that has been helping me with archetypes, and so that's how I am getting this done. This book is, I'm gonna just tell you like this: it's scary as shit. I have not seen anything that is like, I was trying to think of something that was scary that nobody had done, and I did. This shit is scary. When it gets done, I would love for my book to be turned into a TV series. See, I got enough friends and shit that I could actually get one done. Like, I know, like, I film stuff for other people myself. And so, yeah, I might put up some sort of crowdfunding situation and try to get my book, and turn my book into a TV show. I would love to be able to do that. So when I get close to being done, I will be keeping you abreast and letting you know. And I apologize. First and foremost, let me apologize for not getting that book done. Like I said, I thought I would get done. But I'm not trying to just throw some bullshit out there for the sake of just saying I wrote a book. My book is going to be heat. I'm telling you, this book is heat. This book is heat, and it's going to be a 3-part series. So stay on the lookout for that. And yes, indeed, Coco, I'm going to take my time. Yes, they are ruining classic TV series and movies with the reboots and remakes. Yes, they are. I hope that they stop doing the remakes and stuff. I agree with that because they're messing them up. They're not doing any justice to the source material. I don't mind you changing stuff, but totally changing the vibe is kind of disrespectful to the people who you're trying to get to watch it. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't come out with something adverse to what the source material is. You could change something, but to totally just kind of redo it and just revamp it, it's not doing you a justice to piss off the people that like the shit. That's who you want to come watch it. I just think they need to stop. I think Hollywood has too much money and not enough time. Let's look at some of these comments. Yes, indeed, I'm going to take the time. I'm going to take my time with it. Audible has a ton of novels that they turned into full cast productions. Yes, yes, they do. Um, I've been noticing that. Like, even we talked about the Victor Lavelle joint, the Changeling. That's a that's a real good example. Okay, so somebody said Victor's mom wearing the same bracelet that Tabitha made for Jim. Yes, indeed. Taryn has a very good theory on it. I'm not gonna say it on here. I actually, we were on a stream together on Tony Teflon's channel, and I said, "Yo, just hold that and don't even say that. Put that in your video. I ain't gonna say nothing. You don't say nothing." But yeah, his theory on that is it's gonna knock your socks off. I'm gonna tell you that it's gonna knock your socks off. He's got a slide. He's got a whole slideshow coming, and yeah, he's gonna be dropping some heat. And I know he's going. Well, he said he was gonna drop it before season 3 comes through. So I'll be happy about that. Somebody said I like the fact that From doesn't have flashbacks, unlike Lost, which was a flashback orgy mode. Woo. Okay, so from how many flashbacks did From give us? Only one. We only got one flashback. We got two flashbacks. We got flashback from Victor, and we got a flashback from Boyd. Victor of the massacre and his mom leaving, and we got the flashback from Boyd with him coming into town. So those are the two flashbacks that we got. They have not bogged it down with a bunch of flashbacks. Um, and those flashbacks are very important. It's not like they just wanted to drop somebody's origin story. Those flashbacks were like extremely important because I used to always wonder when I was watching the first season, I was wondering why Boyd and Ellis didn't get together. What was he mad at him about? You know what I'm saying? If you're on this live, you probably watched the show like several times. You see what I'm saying? You probably watched the show several times. However, just try to remember back to before you knew why Boyd and his son was at odds. It was just so like, why is he acting like that with his dad? You know what I'm saying? I just remember I couldn't stop saying that to myself. And then when they showed it, and it was in a series of flashbacks, but they were also doing what was currently going on with Sarah and all of that stuff. Yo, that was fire. That I think that's the same episode that where like you see Father Khatri had okay, no. It was the episode after the invasion at Colony House. It was episode 8 of season 1. So we didn't learn why Boyd and Ellis were at odds all the way until episode 8 of season 1. We didn't even know what happened. You know what I'm saying? So it all kind of made sense. I love the way they did that. And you're right, the flashbacks are not overwhelming. See, 3 flashbacks would reveal the plot. Okay, at least 4 times here. Okay, in my opinion, it would be beneficial for the television series to revert to producing more than 8 or 10 episodes per season. This would allow for more in-depth character development and exploration. I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I watch anime too. And I hate that anime has been following the Western style of making only like up to 13 episodes at the most. Anime has been doing that. And I hate that they've done it because their episodes are only like 20 minutes long, 26 minutes long at best. So I really hate the fact that I really hate how shows have gone to that. But in their defense of that, we are getting like hour episodes now. You know what I'm saying? But some of them be cheating and giving us like 45 minutes. But, I think that if they could keep an hour show, an hour episode going for 13 episodes, I'll be okay with that. I would like to get 15 episodes a season for an hour. I think that would be fire. 15 hours. Um, Man, I was looking at Lost. I had never saw Lost. I didn't watch Lost. And I was looking at how many episodes that shit had, and I was like, oh nah, I'm good. I'm not even gonna try to like catch up on that shit. It's over. I'm gonna just take everybody's word for Lost. But I Harold Perrineau is definitely one of my favorites. But I'm not going. I'm gonna just wait. Maybe if I go on vacation, I might do it. Who knows? Hold on. From reality show. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. A from reality show? Yo, like what's the shit that was on Netflix with the Korean joint where they all was playing the game? What's the name of that shit? Squid Games. A Squid Games reality show version of From. That would be crazy. I remember wondering why Ellis was mad at boys. I'm glad they answered that question in the same season. Yes. If they would have kept that for the next season, that would have been brutal because it was just like such a big mystery. Like, why the fuck is he acting like that with his father? Like, I know, boy don't act like boy be snatching motherfuckers up. Like, look at how he snatched up Jim in the RV. Look at how he snatched up Randall in the RV. Like, snatch your son up and make him act like he got some damn sense, man. We in a nightmare town. We don't got time to act like this. But then they explained it, and I was like, yeah, I kind of get you there. He kind of shot his mom and shit. But she was about to shoot you, brother. So he saved his life. I don't think that Ellis should have been mad with Boyd for that long. Especially the man brought the talismans. But I think that Ellis was more angry with Boyd because he tried to tell Boyd, like, yo, my mom was staring off into the distance, standing in the middle of the street. And when I asked her what was up with her, she said she remembered a dream when she was a little girl. I think you need to stay here, Dad. And he was like, well, son, fuck that. I'm going out to the woods, and when I come back tonight, we'll sit down and talk. And that shit happened. So yeah, I do kind of understand why he was mad with his dad. But they did have me scratching my brain on why he was acting like that. Like that was crazy. And it was the first episode where they showed us the nature of their relationship. First they showed us the father looking at him with the binoculars from all the way across the field and shit. And then, they show us him go tell about Megan and Lauren Pratt that they lost. And when he said they lost some people, they were trying to give us a clue there. Because he was like, oh, yeah, we lost some people. Well, how did that happen? Like, But I think it was so dope. I got to give Ellis some props. I'm going to give Ellis some props right here. Ellis knew his father was going back out into the woods to find a way home after he hurt himself in Colony House. Boyd came and said what he said, and Ellis got up off his ass, walked up out the clinic, and went to go make amends with his father and tell his father, yo, it's not your fault what mom did. It wasn't your fault. I'm sorry I've been acting like this with you. And then he saw Sarah. Now this is where the props come in. After being mad at his father for all that long time, he sees Sarah and he trusts his father, and he didn't tell nobody about Sarah. He didn't even tell Fatima. Fatima was pissed off about that. But you gotta give Ellis props for making amends with his father, and directly after that, keeping and maintaining the secret about Sarah. So like the writers are doing their thing when it comes to like character in these characters here. Some of the shit that they do, we don't understand it, but when they swing, they hit home runs. Let me look at some of these comments here. I think production houses are trying to save money by shaving down the seasons to 10 episodes. The series are now suffering because of it. I believe that. Yes, they are. The series are suffering because now, see, the problem is this. It's not just that they have cut it down and that's what's making them lose viewership. You got to think, back in the day when you had to tune in every week to watch a show, there were less than 100 TV shows in existence at a time. But today there's so much content out there coming out every day, movies coming out every day. And also all of the old shit. Like people still watch Friends. People still watch Game of Thrones. People still watch, what was the one joint? The Big Bang Theory. So there's so much content out there that they're losing viewership. And so they don't want to spend as much money on producing these shows. And they definitely don't want to go back to half-hour episodes of shit, because that would really kill the audiences. Unless it was really good. There's a couple shows that have done that. Atlanta did that with Donald Glover. His shit was like a half hour episodes, and he had pretty good viewership. You know what I mean? Because I think it was something new, something different. You know what I'm saying? And people weren't really mad about it, and they watched it. But yeah, they would really suffer if they cut down the length of episodes. I remember when movies was an hour and 20 minutes. I remember when movies were 2 hours, and now they're like an hour and 20 minutes. So yeah, they are trying to save money, but I think it's the level of content and how much content is actually available in this day and age that makes it hard for them to keep up. Let me look at your other comment here. I think Boyd was under a spell of some sort when he couldn't stop going out into the woods. It's similar to how Tabitha was under a spell. Yeah, I just said that earlier for sure. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think Boyd was enchanted by going out into the woods like that. It was like he was stuck and he couldn't stop. I think that a lot of the decisions that they make where you see them stuck and not stop, I don't think that's them actually being the sole controllers of themselves. I think that's the part that comes in where they're being played like actual pieces. I think that a lot of the events in From that we're seeing have happened in From before. Like not just the two cars coming in, but Boyd finding the talismans. Like all of these things have happened before. And I think that these are rounds that are being played. Okay, let's read some more here. Hi. From feels like a lot like Lost. If Victor's last name is Hawking and Lost, Eloise Hawking is saying that there are other places like the island. From could be one of those other places. Yo, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. If all right, so I heard that, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that Lost ended up being some sort of purgatory. I'm gonna tell you, if they do that to From, I'm going to do them just like I did the Changeling for their season finale. Go watch my if you even watch the Changeling, you can go watch my season finale video. And yeah, I went in. But I'm gonna do From like that if they disappoint us with that type of lazy ass payoff. Purgatory, let's just point this out. Purgatory, aliens, government experiments, all of that shit is lazy as hell. It's I mean, that's all you see right now. That's all that's out. If From is about American history, ancient deities, and shit like that, there's not too much shit out there that can compete with that. You have things like American gods and stuff, but From would be one of a kind if they did that. I think that if they make it about American history and ancient deities and things, From would be one of a kind. I think if it's about government experiments and aliens or purgatory or a shared dream, I think that shit would be run of the mill. That's just my opinion. I think it would be run of the mill. I think it would be oaky shit. I don't really like that. From has built up too much to just pay it off with some aliens, yo. Come on. Okay, let's read some more. I love From Boyd's character is very interesting. Yes, I'm on board with Jade, Jade, and Tien Chen are my favorite characters. Tien Chen, if you ain't fucking with Tien Chen, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Tien Chen's character is so fire, yo. And she be cussing people out. And like the way she looked at Jay, she was like, "You complain. Stop complaining. You complain too much. You stop complaining. You want electricity?" And she turned the light on. Like, yo, I fucks with her heavy. And she hit him in the head with a she hit him in the head with a whisk. She got dandruff all up in the eggs. Jeff Pinker was involved in Lost from day one to end, and the rest all had bit parts. The similar stuff to Lost comes from different writers that actually worked majorly in writers' rooms in Lost. No one else. Okay. Jack Bender and Jeff Pinkner are the two are only two who had any say in Lost. Why they make the comments so little in the little chat thing for the person that's doing the live stream? Like, make the shit big. Hold on, let me see what I can do. They were not really big players other than Jack directing the episodes. Okay, okay. American Gods. I really liked American Gods. I liked it too. Like American Gods was fire. They kind of dropped the ball. The first season was fire. The first season was lit. The second season they kind of like dropped the ball a little bit. Did the entity want Tabitha out of the way? Is that why she got pushed from the tower? Now, yeah, she could be a piece that got pushed out the way, or she could be like the Eloise piece. Like that could be all right. So here we go again. The events and from repeat themselves. Someone got out and someone got out again. I don't think that they are the only ones. I think there might be another person as well that we meet that knows about Frumlin. I love Tien Chin, but Jay didn't start seeing the symbol until he drank her shroom tea. That's heavy. I would love them to show uh her foraging. Like that would be cool to kind of see her foraging. You know what I'm saying? Like where's her shrooms at? Like is she growing them herself? Does she got like the Tupperware things with the shrooms growing in them, or does she go out and forage for them? Is she pulling them shits off of some tree bark? What is she doing? Where is she getting them from? How is the wheat being made for the pancakes? We need to know about the pancakes because them pancakes don't be looking. Them pancakes look like some Mrs. Butterworth. They look like they came out of IHOP. That I mean, I shit. They look like IHOP Denny's pancakes. They look like dope ass pancakes. They don't look like some shit that you had to make with some wheat with a banana and some nuts in it. Like it, they look like some. You know what I mean? Well, I can't say I love banana pancakes, but yeah, I can't. I mean, them pancakes look like they was made with pancake mix. I don't know if you guys have seen any of my memes and stuff, but I have I've dropped memes about from. I've dropped some. We still got how many people we got in here? 34. Oh man, we still rocking. Okay, let me look at some of the other stuff. Y'all might be interested in some of this other stuff that I wrote down for this live stream. Okay. All right, so I was going to talk about Martin's toenails. Okay, Martin's toenails threw the rope down. That's the part that I. That's all. That's it. That's the bit. Martin's toenails threw the rope down. I said that in my first video. People started stealing my joke. It's all good, like you know. But nah, Martin. The situation with Martin, the whole entire thing was a dream. It wasn't real. None of that was real. Martin's dream, I mean, Boyd's dream was because he went in the damn faraway tree with that message from the bottle. It was all a dream. Okay. People say you can't get hurt in dreams. He cut him and he did the blood brother ritual. My blood is your blood. That's another Native American nuance, by the way, the blood brother ritual. Native Americans used to do blood brother rituals with other people, commonly men, to signify that they were allies in battle. Um, that right there was fire. I thought it was fire, but it's a dream. How did he do the blood brother ritual in the dream and he had to cut on his arm? The same way Kenny was dreaming and he got burnt by the roach hopping out the pot. Kenny's mother in the dream was boiling roaches or cicadas. They look like the water roaches that be in the basement when it rains though. Them shits was nasty in that pot. That cooking roaches on the stove is nasty work, yo. Like what the I mean, come on. So If Kenny could get burnt by the roach, and you could see he was able to show them the burn mark at the clinic, then Boyd can get cut by Martin. That whole thing was a dream. How do we know it was a dream? How the fuck did Boyd climb up that rope like that? He couldn't even get up there with the. He had a very hard time getting up there. He was just fatigued right before he got in the. He was falling apart before he got in the bottle tree. How you climb up there? He was dreaming. You know what happened? He was in the dream. He was in. How do we know it was a dream? Because Ellis was below him when he started climbing up the rope, talking about let's go get in the boat. That whole shit was a dream. Martin was a dream. The rope coming down, all of that shit was a whole dream. When Boyd hopped in the faraway tree, he was in the ruins of that place where Martin was. He ended up out in the woods in the ruins. He went through the dream sequence. He got the blood brother ritual done to him, and he extracted the torch from the dream and brought it back until his wake up. Look, go back and watch it. I did a video about it. I even did a short where I talked about the time travel aspect of it. But if you go back and watch that short, you'll see that Boyd was like in a wake up state. He was like Martin, whatever Martin put in him, the worms or whatever. Pause. Yeah, Martin put the worm in him. Pause. So he was in the dream state, and he wakes up from the dream state outside where the faraway tree had sent him. The faraway tree can send your ass out in the middle of the field. How do we know? Because Victor put the rock in the faraway tree, and the shit just came right out the sky. This is the thing that I have with. I have a very serious problem with Victor putting a rock in there. A different rock came out. I don't know if you noticed that, but the face that he drew on the rock was not the same face that came out of there. Go look at it. It's not the same rock. It looks like the same rock. It's shaped like the same rock, but the faces that he drew on the rock was different. Here's the problem with that. How the fuck did he know that he was going to be able to show Ethan what a faraway tree does if you don't ever know where a faraway tree is going to send you? How would he have known that he was going to be demonstrating what a faraway tree can do? Because you could put the rock in the faraway tree, that shit could end up in the root cellar over there somewhere, like Julie. So how did you know that you were going to be able to demonstrate what the faraway tree does if the faraway tree is ambiguous in where it sends things and people? That made no sense to me. I don't think we'll ever get an answer for that. The only answer for that is that Victor knows what the faraway tree is going to do. That's the only answer to that. I don't think he does. Tony Teflon got a funny ass theory that Victor is the boy in white. That shit is funny as hell. I ain't mad at that theory, but I don't think it's true. But it could be. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Martin shit is a huge mystery. Cicadas were in the pot. You know what? I'm sad. I'm sad to say this, that I don't know how to pronounce this sister's name. I think it's a sister here, Sophiel. Can I just call you Sophie? I love the name and how it's spelled, but I just don't know how to pronounce it. I think Martin was the entity. That's how the rope was thrown. If it wasn't real, then how did Boyd leave the ruins with the torch? Okay, so how he left the ruins with the torch is because in those dreams, you can you can take things back with you, like scars, like items, all of that. Think about it, right? Every time Boyd saw that music box, it was a dream. When he was with Martin, it was a dream. Boyd saw the music box before Martin did the blood brother ritual. He goes into the other corridor in there. He looks at the music box. And every time Boyd saw that music box, when the ballerina came out, she had the worms coming out her mouth. All that shit was a dream. When he fell on his ass at the diner and he was inside, he had dreamt that he went home. It was a dream. Now, just a little bit about dreams, not to get too nerdy. But within a dream, there's something called a blank time continuum, right? Where you could be dreaming and the dream lasts, it seems like it was hours. However, your ass was only asleep for a half hour or 15 minutes or something like that. But the dream seems real long itself. So that could explain how a dream would affect like that. Now, add the part in where you're able to bring things back with you. He brought a cut back with him. He brought a scar back with him. Kenny brought a burn mark back with him. I think if you wake up while you're holding the torch, you can go ahead and get on out of there. You see what I'm saying? You can take it up out of there with you when you wake up. I don't think that it's like I'm not saying that it's a dream state like you lay to bed, you lay down in bed, go to sleep and have a dream. I'm thinking that it can just happen just like how it happened in the diner. He was leaving the diner. Next thing you know, he made it home. He goes in the house. The ballerina's dancing around. All the church pews and the seats are moved out the way. They're disappeared. And the ballerina's in there dancing. Then when he wakes up from the dream, he busts his ass and hit the back of his head on the floor at the diner. So I'm saying that it could happen while you're awake. It happened while he was walking with Kenny. All of a sudden, he sees the ballerina coming up out of there. Again, we see the music box. If every single time that we see the music box, he was dreaming or in some sort of dream state, then we have to say that when he saw the music box when he was with Martin was a dream state as well. I think the music box, along with the rope coming down, along with Ellis being under him when he climbed up the rope, and like I said, the music box, all shows and proves that whole sequence was a dream. We don't even have to add the fact that Martin even kind of states it. Yes, it was a walking dream, a lucid dream or a walking dream. Yes, indeed. He had a walking dream when he went through that. The reason why he had that walking dream with Martin and the blood brother ritual happened and he was exposed. What happened first, the music box or the blood brother ritual? The music box happened first. He went through the tree with that note that was in the bottle. The spirit was in the bottle and he released it. They tried to make him stop from releasing it by making Sarah go through and have a seizure. But no, Boyd puts the tent up, puts Sarah in the tent. He goes open the bottle any fucking way. He opened the bottle. He read the date, which matches one of the dates on the wall in Tabitha's dream. He starts getting sick and fatigued from the okay, no, that's not what happened. Sarah has the seizure. Boyd opens the bottle anyway, pulls the note out. He pulls the message out. Then the spider takes them to the spider webs. He gets bit by the spider. He's falling apart. He can't even walk. He goes through the tree, and then all of a sudden he can climb up a rope out of a well. That shit was a dream. Let me look at some of these comments. How many years has Victor known the boy in white yet never asked his name? That's Slim Shady shit right there. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And that kind of gives a little bit of credence to my man Tony Teflon's theory. Um, yeah, Victor not uh Victor's a trip. Victor not knowing the boy in white's name is crazy. But did the boy in white actually talk to him? Because it seems like he just pops up and like smiles and waves and makes faces and shit. Like he spoke to Sarah though. So he is capable of talking and communicating. So yeah, I don't know. Would he have told him his name? I wonder what the boy in white, will we ever know what the boy in white's name is? Victor is more involved than giving in. Indeed. You know, something about Victor was crazy to me is there's two different Victors in there. There's this courageous Victor that really know you. All right, so when Victor went in the cave and started getting all scared and crying and shit, that really shocked me. And I'm gonna tell you why that shit shocked me. Because Victor's walking around with a gun and shit, right? But that's not the kicker. The kicker is when the monsters got in Colony House and him and Julie was up in that attic in his room. Dude sprung into action though. He already had a rope with knots in it ready to jump out the window. He tied the fuck out of that rope real quick. He got that shit tight, ready. He's like, yo, he hooked Shorty up with the drawings and told her to go first. Like he sprung into action. He wasn't no scary crying type of dude when them shits came in there. But it was totally different when he got with Tabitha. When he got with Tabitha, he was more closed in. I think Tabitha was reminding him of his mom and taking him to a place that he felt like a kid again. But when we talking about a dude that went out there and dug like 6 or 7 graves in like a half an hour. I mean, if any one of y'all have ever dug a grave or a large hole, then you know that shit is some work. That shit is not easy. You know, you got to be in shape to dig a big ass grave, yo. This dude went out there and dug like 6 or 8 of them shits. That's not the same dude that was in there crying in the tunnel, scared of the ventriloquist dummy. It's not the same guy. Something we're gonna see. We're gonna see a different Victor. There was also a different side of Victor I saw when he went to the bottle tree with Tabitha. He just had a whole nother vibe. See what I'm saying? So we gonna learn some shit with Victor. I don't think we'll lose Victor in the 3rd season, but Victor is going to die soon. Victor, we are gonna lose Victor. Now, when I first started this live, my first question was, who do y'all think's gonna die? Who do y'all think's gonna die in this season? I think it's gonna be Kenny. Kenny is an important character who people will care about when he dies. But Kenny is not Glenn from The Walking Dead. I don't mean to make like and I ain't talking about the race or nothing like that either. I'm talking about the fact that if you kill Kenny, you're not gonna lose viewership. We don't care about Kenny that much. We care about Kenny, but he can go if we need to make the show a little bit interesting and we really need to feel like there was a real loss. Kenny can go. I don't think Victor can go just yet. However, Victor has been giving Ethan his mantle. He gave him the staff, he gave him the jacket, and he's giving him the information about the trees moving, the boy in white. I think that Victor is passing down. The thing with Victor and Ethan is a shamanic succession ritual. And I think because we see that happening, we might see Victor gone in the 4th season. Season 4, probably Victor's gonna go. I think we're gonna lose Kenny. We might lose some other people too. Yeah, we definitely gonna lose some other people. But I think Kenny's gonna be the one that goes. What's this? So yeah, so I think Kenny is gonna be the one that goes for this season. We might get a wild death. It would be crazy if Kenny and Christy go. That would be crazy because Christy going would make shit fucked up for everybody because now you lost the doctor. I mean, you still got Mary. She is she's a nurse practitioner or something like that. She's something. But you lose her, it's curtains for everybody. Because if anybody get hurt, anybody gets sick, anything happen, motherfuckers ain't gonna know what to do. Let me read some of these comments. Somebody said, Lone Wolf said, I think it's time to load Victor full of peaches and get him to talk. I think that loading Victor with peaches is what has been preventing him from talking. And now that the peaches are gone, he's given up more information than he's ever given. Sophie L. Okay. Okay, Sophie. Sophie L. I love that name, actually. The lucid dreams of walking dreams. Okay, yeah. Okay. Somebody said they don't trust Victor. You said, okay, Sophie L said she don't trust Victor. He was already packing when he let Julie into his room. Yes, he was already packing. He took all his pictures and he was going to give them to Ethan. So that's another part of the succession ritual is all of the sacraments going to the next shaman, right? So he was packing, but how did he know he was going to have to go out the window? I think he just had that rope there just in case one day, and that just speaks more to what I'm saying about him being like more heroic than he lets on to be. Like this dude was already had premeditated a exit strategy out the window from the top of the house. You know, I think death is a cyclical issue for him. He used the natural tragedy. He's used to the natural tragedies, but not the supernatural. Ah, yeah, I agree with that. Other than the people dying from the monsters, that's kind of all Victor knows. I mean, his mom was killed, and I think Christopher killed the mom because the slow walkers take you to the road and leave your body out there. They don't give a damn where they pick you up from. They leaving you out in that road, except for Megan and her daughter. I mean, Megan and her mom. They did leave them in the room, but they took old boy up out of there from up under the house that was trapped under the house. Tom, they got him up out of there and left him in the middle of the road or left him in the middle of the yard, which was crazy as hell because like he stuck in there. Like how the hell y'all get him out and he couldn't get himself out? And I think that the bracelet protected Jim. I think that the slow walkers didn't attack Jim because he had the bracelet on. That bracelet got some shit with it. They definitely need to kill off the main character this season. They really should have killed Julie last season. No, Julie's very important. They're not going to kill Julie. I want y'all to think back when I think it was what season 2. I mean episode 2 of season 1. Fatima takes Julie upstairs and shows her the moon outside the window. And she moves the curtains to the right. And then when Tabitha gets up out of the hospital bed, she goes to the window and the sun's out. And she moves the curtains to the left. I think they were definitely pointing, like, okay, so From does that in a bunch of things, like not only in the dialogue, but certain things, emotions and movements that are done. Um, certain motions and movements are repeated, but they mirror each other. So she brings the curtains to the right, and then she brings the curtains to the left. One is looking at the moon, and one is looking at the sun, and their mother and daughter. Not to mention, a picture of Julie was put in the lunchbox to possibly, if she did lose her memory, to remind her of Julie. One thing I didn't like about that, which could give credence to Julie being killed, was that Victor said that you don't draw pictures of people unless you want them to be dead or something to that effect. And it's like, when he said that, I immediately said to myself, well, why in the hell did you draw a picture of Julie when she was asleep? Like, you got up early in the morning, got dressed, came downstairs, and draw this girl with some fucking crayons while she was sleeping. Like, that's some creepy shit. And then you tell her little brother that, hey, when you draw something, we draw dead people. Like, what? Like, what's going on, bro? So that does give a little credence to that. I don't think we'll lose Julie though. Julie, I'm gonna say this. Julie, I said Tien Chen was my third favorite character. Julie is my fourth favorite character. A lot of people don't like Julie. A lot of people don't like Julie. And they don't like her for the same reason that I do like her. Julie was a little shit at first, right? But check Julie out. Julie has had the best character development in the entire show. She went from being a kid that was trying to rebel against the parents, leave the mom, leave the dad, leave the little brother, go to Colony House, to somebody that was really all about her family, stayed with her family, stuck it out. She's there, she's back home, she's reading to her brother. Like, she really got a wake-up call when them monsters broke in the Colony House and she seen people getting tore up in the yard when she came down off the rope. She seen them getting bodied up by the slow walkers. So she really changed her character and was like, yo, I do need to be chilling with my father and my mom and my family. And think about how she reacted and how much care she showed. She was ready to go out there at nighttime to help her dad in the middle of the night while the slow walkers was out there. That was not the same Julie that we first met. So hopefully I could change your opinion about Julie if you don't like Julie. I think she has some of the best character development on the show, if not the best. And her acting with the screaming, that shit was gut wrenching. And I know she had a headache after them scenes was shot. Ain't no way. What if the lunchbox is the key to Portal? Drop some evidence in there that would make you say that, like, that would give a little clue there with that. Yes, Sophie Yell, Julie and Elgin seem to be lacking in purpose. Okay. I think Julie and Elgin are the couple on the tapestry in Ellis's room. I think that's Julie and Elgin. Um, they made a place for her to sleep. They put a bed up for her and everything right below the tapestry. That's where she was sleeping at when she was in Colony House. I believe that that's her and Elgin on that tapestry. Even though the dude in the tapestry don't got no shirt on and Elgin got in the goddamn bathtub with a t-shirt on. I don't, like, bro, take your blouse off, my boy. Okay, I like the cicadas. Cicadas could be the way of making the monster. Cicadas symbolize rebirth. Boys save them by stopping the melody. I like that. That's good. They touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. Here they come for three unless you stop the melody. Yes, indeed. That could be. I mean, I'm not on that. I think that when they and they touch, they break, they steal, I think they're talking about the cicadas. They touch Kenny, they break, they broke Paula, they steal, they stole the three. No one here is free. And I think that the no one here is free is saying that they're all trapped. Even the people that's making contact with the people on the radio, that dude is trapped. The dude on the radio is trapped. The dude on the phone is trapped. The voices contacting Sarah said they were stuck. They said they were stuck in the place. I think it's interesting that Victor has come face to face with one of the monsters. Yes. When Victor and Julie were escaping Colony House during the massacre, none of the monsters came to that side of the house. Yes, I did find that strange. However, enough people was walking out the door, running out the doors. Both they were running out of both entrances. They were running out of the kitchen door and they were running out of the front door. And so I think that the monsters were like preoccupied. And I don't think it was I don't think it was enough monsters to like go for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Plus they're walking slow as hell. You know what I mean? Then the boy in white was on that side as well. And he could have been repelling them or something because he obviously saved them. Some people say the boy in white is evil. I don't think it I don't think that this is like a kids cartoon kind of vibe here where you have a bad guy and a good guy. I think the bad guy is bad, does some good shit, and the good guy does some bad shit. I think it's kind of like more like real life actually. I don't think it's like a good guy and a bad guy. I think that all of these entities are doing bad things to the other entities' player pieces, if that makes sense. How did the bracelet Jim made end up on Victor's mom's wrist? Okay, so Tabitha made the bracelet, but it was Jim's bootlegs, Jim's father's bootlaces that were fashioned into the bracelet. I think I mean, phew, that's a loaded question. Like, there's so much to deal with that. Like, the bracelet was in Frumland before it was even created, right? Like, so what is the deal with that? And I think that speaks to time travel right along with Boyd being in the dream state. In the dream state, he was in the corridor with Martin. And then when he woke up with the torch, he was in the ruins of the same place. So there's nothing else to explain but time travel with that. Because, I mean, you were in the place with the well. The well was there before it was all filled up and covered up. You got the stone arches. All of that stuff was there. And then when you wake up with the torch, you're in the same place, same stone arches and everything. That right there, my friends, is time travel. So that the monster who had the little romance with the guy in season one was warm to the touch. Warm to the touch, but they cut open smiling and he was empty inside like a mummy. Okay. So I think that okay, so what do cicadas do? Cicadas, cicada nymphs, okay, they go under tree roots and they suck the juices from them, especially during the dormant months, like in the winter when the leaves start falling off. Leaves fall off of trees because all the fluids go down into the trunk, down into the roots, and they lay dormant during the cold months. And some trees stay green and stuff because they retain the sap on the bark and other things like that, like pine trees and shit like that, right? Evergreens and whatnot, right? And so what cicadas do, they go down and they suck up all the moisture. Okay. I believe that boy put them shits in Smiles Davis and they sucked the moisture up out of him. And that's why they were able to get the orange bile up out of there. Because that was a fluid that the cicadas, nymphs, were not interested in. After the nymphs sucked the fluids and all of that shit up out of there, they then put themselves in like a cocoon of sorts and come out of it like cicadas with wings and stuff. And so this is why we see the orange bile coming up out of the monster. And in that same very episode, Victor starts complaining about a gift that Ethan gave him, and the orange marker was dry. So I think they were drawing a parallel to that. So it looks more like Elgin and Julie on the tapestry, but it also has a whole ass T-shirt on in the bathtub, though. Yeah, I said that. The monster's transition to human form when their natural form is that mummified sleeping form. Okay. Victor gave it to Tabitha, the lunchbox, before she started the lighthouse journey, if I recall. He gave it to her just before she went into the tree, for sure. Yeah, he gave the lunchbox to her. Okay. So so you're saying that that could be a key. All right, so there's like, okay, so I asked a question earlier about Victor and how the hell did he know that the rock was going to fall out the sky right there so that he could demonstrate about the faraway tree? Victor does have some sort of information about the faraway trees because he did know, because his mom told him that that faraway tree with the bottles on it takes you to the tower. So that faraway tree is different than the other faraway trees in that respect. You know where the hell you going. So I don't know. Maybe the lunchbox could be some sort of device or something like that. I don't know how we would know this. Has it been used before? Has that been tested before? It just seems like a lunchbox that this dude had with him when he came there, and him being stuck there since he was a child, he carried those things around with him. He never kind of like grew. There's certain things that he never grew out of, which we obviously see that in him. Like there's certain things that Victor never grew out of. Now, I mean, I'll be 45 this year. I got little kids and babies running around here. Don't get me wrong. I will pick up a crayon and get on my Picasso bag real quick. But Victor, I mean, he hanging them shits on the wall like he hanging pictures on the refrigerator. Like, but he mean with the crayons though. Don't sleep on Victor's artwork. I'm not gonna sleep on Victor's artwork. I think Jack Bender is the one that's really drawing them shits. But don't sleep on Victor's artwork. His Crayola game is crazy. He drew Boyd with a goat. I mean, you got to give him his props. This man drew Boyd with a goat with some crayons. So he's in his Picasso bag. Okay, the torch in the lighthouse flame enable time travel. I said that before in a possible in a video, in a previous video. I said about how um I was talking about the gears in the tower, the gears in Jade's watch, the gears on the bicycle, the gears in the music box. I was talking about the gears, and I also talked about extinguishing the light at the lighthouse. Would that actually send everybody home? Like, cause think about it. Extinguishing the light at the lighthouse, like, why does the lighthouse have a fire light? Why doesn't the lighthouse have an electric light? If it's provided, it's provide like electricity is provided to the appliances and everything in the homes in town. Like, and they've really recently figured out that you could actually rig up some shit to make the electric work the shit that you bring in with you. Like he turned on the hair dryer. So why does the lighthouse have a fire? I mean, of course it's time dated, but like this seems like some sort of powerful entity. Like when you protect the light, you got storms and shit going on. Like what's going on with that lighthouse? Another thing that I thought about the lighthouse is um I didn't see any foghorns. I didn't see the actual foghorn on the lighthouse. You usually see the foghorns on the lighthouse. So what was the sound coming from? Um, what else we got? That could explain the Ankui children like the place is feeding on their energy or something. Yes, indeed. I believe that they are being drained of something. Troy, Troy, written on the side of the ambulance. Any thoughts on that and its relevance? I don't know. I did do some research on that. I came up with a couple of things. I even came up with this I discovered something about no. Yeah, I can't say that right now cuz I'm working on this one video. I'll break that down, and it's not going to be my very next video. My very next video is going to be a pretty long one, but I found a clue that's crazy. Like, I found a real crazy clue, and it might actually give some credence to the science fiction theory. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to drop it. I'm not going to tell nobody. I'm going to drop the video. Let's see. The lunchbox is how Eloise will know Victor is still alive. Indeed. Indeed, I believe that. Maybe what he puts in the lunchbox determine where they go. That's crazy too. How could Victor's mom have all that info? How did she find out that the bottle tree went to the lighthouse? Hmm. That's a very good question. Who was actually in contact with Victor's mom? Was it just the children, or was the boy in white in contact with Victor's mom as well? Because we know that he could talk. He talked to Sarah. Jade is so funny, and I think he will play a huge part in solving the puzzle. Yes, indeed. I think that Jade is going to be able to figure out when a car is going to come in, and he's going to figure out. He's going to be able to crack the code on like the actual symbol and the roots moving and stuff like that. His brain saw that. He's thinking on something. He's going to be able to predict when a car is going to come in, and he's going to probably try to use that to backtrack how they can get out. And he's going to do that. I believe that. I believe that he's going to. Now, a lot of these people in this town is pussy. He's not going to be successful in getting anybody to go back in them caves with him. I don't think that that's going to happen. However, Jade is going to develop a system where he figures out what's going on with how people are getting there. That's going to be his main thing. Because his whole thing is going to be, if I can figure out how they're getting here, I can figure out how to get us out. That's going to be his part. Boyd is going to be doing different things. I hope this season they break the trend of keeping all their secrets together. I hope that everybody like sits down and talks about something and they share everything that they know. I hope they start listening to Ethan more and stop like laughing at him when he says something about a quest, because he's dropping some shit. Um, Speaking of that picture, how could Victor draw a picture of Boyd with the goat when he was nowhere to be found? That was in the flashback of Boyd's arrival when we know Victor was not there. Yo, Sophiel, you are you we I'm doing the whole two finger with my eyes going back and forth like we right here. We right here, sis. We are right here. You right here with me. Victor wasn't there. How did he draw that picture before Boyd got there? Did he draw the picture before Boyd got there? I don't know. What happened? What happened there? Um, did he draw the picture before Boyd got there, or was it a picture that he was just like observing and standing in the corner and hiding behind a tree or something? Victor was nowhere to be found. When did Victor get the information from his sister? If everybody was dead. Yo, I asked that in a previous video, Mrs. T. Miss T. I asked that. Like, how if Eloise got out or Eloise went with and chased the mom, How did she get back to tell Victor what happened to the mom? Makes no sense. Troy is a county in Michigan. Okay. Troy is also a place in Alabama. Troy is also a place in Alabama. Troy, Alabama. I've been there before. There's something in the cave on those drawings that I'm gonna reveal in there too. That no, I haven't heard nobody talk about this. But there's something in those caves in the drawings on the cave. I'm gonna show you right there what they're talking about. It has to do with Mr. Fishing Loaves. So I think they're telling a story of something that happens, and I think by looking at what has happened, we will know what is going to happen. Yes, indeed. Even Boyd and Sarah are in on the cave drawings. Go check it out now. I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna reveal that to y'all. I might I might get together like a PowerPoint thing and do it in a live stream instead of like doing a video. I think that might be an easier way to do this. No Troy's on the pin map either. Let me ask a question. I wanna develop a research team for this show. Does anybody know about like how to create the discords and all that kind of stuff? I'm lame on that shit. I'd like to create a research team so we can like come together and come with some of these thoughts and like communicate and drop stuff to each other. Hold on, let me see. Yes, the Troy is broken up into an acronym, so it definitely doesn't mean Troy. It probably stands for something else. And it's crazy. Is that the ambulance that Christy came in? It made me. I've always wondered that is that her ambulance. The children represent or are the gears that run from. I believe something to that effect. You know, those seven, those seven. There's a seven-tooth gear that's in most watches, and the gears make the tower light spin around. The gears make the music box ballerina spin around. The wheels on the bike, and they definitely pointed out Jade has a mechanical watch on. I remember I dropped a video about this, and Taryn was in the comments, and he talked about how Randall had also a watch on, but he had one of them digital joints. Jade had a mechanical watch, so the gears and all of that stuff definitely signify that. Now I don't know if it's what runs from. My theory kind of says that it's what brings people there, like the gear roots turning around. Now the gears, the children being the gears, like on that 7-pointed gear, um, are what makes those roots turn. That's what I believe. And when you look at all the different signs in the book, the signs in the book are from a different perspective of each child. The same symbol in the roots. But if you notice, like if you're laying on one stone, you're gonna see the symbol looks different than a kid that's laying on a stone on the other side, right? And so that's why the symbols in the book are different, and also from the actual movement of the roots. Victor has the sight. Somebody said, indeed, Victor. I think Victor has some information, and we'll find out some more this season. I bet for sure. He's gonna give Ethan one more thing. I'm not gonna say what that is. That's in that video too. Um, I think that it's also possible that they're in an upside down world or underworld, something like that, kind of like Saint Stranger Things. Yeah, that could be a possibility. So we do know that some of the people in Fromville have premonitions. Maybe some of Victor's drawings are premonitions. We saw Tabitha have premonitions in her dream about going to the lighthouse and returning. Right. And that I believe that. That's not totally confirmed. However, I do believe that Tabitha's dream is when she came back. I said that in the video. I think that was her coming back. What about the cave drawing? Somebody said that's overlooked. Oh nah, like um there's something in the cave drawing that I haven't heard anybody talking about. I'm gonna jump on it. I'm gonna give you a clue. Y'all can probably, tap in with me and we talk about it later. But it's has to do with Mr. Fish and Loaves. Okay, tell us what you think about the cave. I'm gonna tell y'all. What was their message and who was it intended for? Who drew it? I have so many questions. True indeed. Like, who was the message for? But I don't think it was one of the message. I think it was just like people just kind of like leaving the history of it, like a document, like, how we see cave writings today from ancient times. Christy is a medical student, definitely not her ambulance. It's an older model as well. Okay, that's a good point. That's a very good point. She's a med student. Yeah, she was a doctor. She was a resident. She was a resident physician. So that definitely wouldn't be her ambulance. Good catch. I thought about that. Yeah. I found it on Reddit and it complies with the screenshots, characters, various. Doo-doo-doo. No, I don't see a link. Where's the link at? Get that to us, Mr. Bojangles. The merry-go-round, the donkey wheel, we see gear wheel symbolism so much. I totally agree that it is important. Most definitely. Definitely go set up a channel Discord. I think it's free. Just go through easy channel setup. I'll try that out. I'm gonna try that out. Tilly's prayer circle too, Debbie. Yes, Tilly's prayer circle was 7 people. 7 people. She talked about having 7 children, I believe. The stones at the choosing ceremony. Yes, stones at the choosing ceremony. The stones the slabs that the children are laying on. The stones in the field that Father Kotri was sitting with. The talismans are stones. Like, oh yeah. And there's a certain number of those as well. Uh ancient Native American medicine wheels are all over from. As a matter of fact, the box is surrounded by 3 stones. Also, the box is directly above the place where Boyd and his family first hid at with Father Kotri and Donna and Dale. It's crazy that they put the box right on top of that, right? Five loaves and 2 fish is 7, which we know is an important number. 7 and 4 specifically. Yes, 11 is in there too. 11 and 4 is the base number. Oh no, 11's base number is 2, but 7 and 4 make 11. The dream catcher is also a Native American trope. Oh, when Tilly was having the prayer circle, they were sitting Indian style, just like on the talisman. Yes, indeed. So I think that the people in this live stream are on it. You guys are on it, like for real. I wish I had a Discord. Like I wish I had somebody that could like rock with me, start something, become a part of the Real Enigmas team, and so we could talk about this, share some of these things, come up with that groundbreaking theorizing for the From show. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we over here dropping it. I know that we don't all agree on everything, and that's okay. But we could definitely work together and make something pop. Yes, indeed. It's crazy because this show is like this show is like we're watching a show where people are trapped in town, and it just feels like we're trapped in it as well, which is just like a spider web. You stuck. Even the people that don't like this show complain about it and all of that, right? You know they asses is gonna keep watching. You know they ass gonna keep watching. You can't watch a show like From, know that it's coming back, and be like, man, screw that. I'm not gonna watch it. I don't believe you. If you say that, you probably lying, and you watch it while nobody's watching. Let me look at some of my points here. Yo, we've been rocking. I'm gonna rock for a good 10 more minutes, and then we can hop off of here. And I want to thank everybody for staying here with me, um, being a part of this first live stream. As you can tell, I've enjoyed this a lot. Um, yeah, I'm in the process of getting like a better setup, hookup, camera, all of that. I could share my space with you guys where I lounge out, where I create, where I write. And, this live has been like real dope, fun. This is the first one, so they're going to get better. You know, ooh, Debbie, Debbie, yo, Debbie, I'm gonna get to that. I'm definitely gonna get to. I might not get to that this live, but the cloak the cloak in the staff is definitely there. And you say next up the lantern. Oh yes, we are definitely going to have a good live stream the next time. Debbie, please be here for my next one. I'm gonna give everybody a better notice. Like my notice will probably be up there for like a whole day before I go live so that everybody can see that I'm going. And I definitely want you to be there because I'm going to say what I think the next item is. I got a video talking about it that I'm trying to produce as well. So yes, yes. Hold on, let me see here. What are Okay, yeah. Something I talked about on one of my other videos. I'm gonna rewatch from the beginning when you in this chat, my dude. Theory season is my favorite. Yes. Oh yeah, we vibing for sure. Okay, so this was one of my theories from a previous video. Um, I found this very strange. Um, and after I made the video about this, people started talking about the train tracks. No, I didn't think anybody saw the train tracks because nobody was talking. They started talking about it on Reddit real heavy after I dropped my video. You can go look for anybody that's talking about them train tracks and then go look at the date on my video. You'll see that I was the first one to talk about the train tracks. I even entitled, I think I called the video The Last Train to Clarksville. The reason why I called it that is because they showed us the train tracks when the Matthews was driving through into town. And then when Ethan and his dad went to the diner, the song Last Train to Clarksville came on. And I don't know if you noticed that, but can you guys if you can, watch that video, but in the comments, let me know in the chat, let me know what you think right now about that theory. Like, it's not necessarily a theory. I haven't made a theory about it, but it's just something that I noticed. And do you think that somebody's going to travel down the train tracks at some point in the show? What's up with that? Another tidbit about like things that we might see later. I think we're going to see like a carnival or a fair inside the show. I said that before on somebody's live stream, and after I said it, the guy that plays Kenny, I think his name is Ricky Yu or something like that. He he had his birthday on the set, and they made a carnival. They made a carnival. So I was like, yo, the carnival's definitely gonna be there. There was also a carnival wheel in one of Eloise's drawings. So yeah, we're gonna see something about a carnival soon and from. So do you? So with that being said, do you think that we're going to see them use the train tracks in any kind of way? If a train comes up in Fromville, that's gonna be crazy as hell, y'all. Yes, indeed, everybody. You're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know if there's a lag or a delay on, but yes, indeed, you're welcome so much. I'm enjoying this. Thank you all for being here. I'm fortunate to have you guys with me. Believe that. Yes, indeed, the train tracks did disappear in one of the loops, but they came back in the last one. They drove past and they weren't there, and then they drove through and they were back. Yo, like the train tracks, when I first saw the train tracks, I didn't hear nobody talking about them. And I was like, man, let me look and see if anybody's talking about these train tracks. And I didn't have anything except, and I don't really have anything about the train tracks is except for the song Last Train to Clarksville coming on when Ethan goes into the bar. I mean, Ethan goes into the diner. We'll be up here for a couple more minutes, y'all. I've enjoyed myself. I'm gonna stay on until I think I'm gonna go ahead and stay on until 3 o'clock, y'all. Yeah, we'll go an extra 10 minutes and stay on until 3 o'clock. Make it even. It's 3 o'clock here. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? I'm in Atlanta. I want to have a meeting. I want to have a meet party where we meet and greet and watch from in Atlanta. I'll get a venue, get the spot hooked up. You know what I'm saying? Drinks, food, and everything for everybody. 420 friendly. You know, y'all can come down to Atlanta, have a meet and greet with with the Frumily, and we watch From together. Just the first episode or whatever. Everybody get on back home and chill out. Oh, you in New Orleans? Okay, okay. Very magical, very esoteric, energy heavy place. Phoenix in the building. Same with Phoenix. Very esoteric, very magical, Native American vibes everywhere. I've been to New Orleans, I've been to Phoenix, I've been to Vegas, I've been to LA, I've been to New York, I've been to Philadelphia, Orlando, I've been everywhere. I used to manage artists, and so we would go and do shows, many things, many places. Scotland, I'm all the way out there in Scotland. The airwaves is out there in Scotland. What time is it in Scotland? Ah, yes, indeed. I know one of the brothers that was in the Covenant episode. His name is Nathan Hurd. He was one of the albino cats that was with the lady. I know him personally. He was in the Coven season. Pretty cool cat. He's a comedian. I've done artwork for him. We've worked together on several things. Good dude. On Discord, we can watch from together and talk live in the voice channel embedded in the channel. That's dope. So if I have a meet and greet, we will definitely be on the Discord as well for the people that can't come to Atlanta. Yo, this is dope. There's a lot of things I got to learn about this YouTube streaming. I'm using OBS currently. I'm for a little familiar with OBS because I used to have to do like instructional videos, and I would use OBS to kind of like record my sessions. So I know a little bit about it. So that's why I decided to use OBS to go live with. So I'm gonna get better with this, But this is the first one. I'm ecstatic for real. I'm hyped. Hmm. Yes, indeed. So you know who I'm talking about? Yeah, he was one of the albino brothers named Nathan Hurd. You had a problem with OBS Karma. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I like OBS. I I was gonna use StreamYard. I thought about using StreamYard. I don't know a lot of the capabilities. I don't know the pros and cons yet, but I'm gonna do some research on it and gonna try to have like the call in number and everything ready. Definitely my appearance on here better. Um, how everything looks and everything. I'm gonna start going live from my Instagram as well. Um, yeah. If the Changeling comes back, I'll start doing some live streams on that. I'm gonna start doing some live streams on Dark Matter. Some of my shows that I cover will be only live stream coverage. So those ones will be like I'll get a PowerPoint together and I'll go through my whole spiel and then we'll talk about it for other shows. I want to do Yellow Jackets. I want to do Severance. I want to do Dark Matter. I want to do Silo. Those are some shows that I peeped a lot of stuff in. Yo, so these ads keep popping up and I keep skipping them. I don't really know what the deal is, how the ads work or whatever. I'm not hip to that. I just know that the video's monetized, so that may be why they keep coming up. But I skip them every time they come up so we can vibe out. I'm not really tripping off that revenue. That's not, you know. I love it when you guys support me and drop the super chats. I want to thank everybody that dropped the super chat to me. Um, I wish I could see the super chats and give you another shout out. I know I shouted you out when you sent it originally, and I know Karma Serene threw one out to me. So like, yo, I appreciate everybody that through support the channel and respect, big time respect, Miss T. You know, I wish I could go look at them all again and give everybody another formal shout out. I thank y'all for coming. You know what I'm saying? Lone Wolf. You know what I'm saying? Um, thank y'all for being here. Like this is really dope. It's encouraging to have these views. It makes me know that people like what I'm doing, and it encourages me to continue. And so I'm not going to let you guys down on that. I know I did take a little break. I had a big music project that I was working with a couple artists in Nigeria on some Afro beats and Amapiano music. I was working on that project, and I have a couple other projects coming up, but I'm not gonna let that get in the way this time. We're gonna have a good fun. We're gonna have a good time. It's so crazy. I just got a message from one of those artists just now. As soon as I said that, isn't that something? A message from one of those artists just now popped up on my WhatsApp. Wow. And I was just talking about them. Anyway, but yeah, we got a couple more minutes. I'm glad you people are here with me. I'm glad you came through. I don't know how long you've been here. Um, if you haven't, if you weren't here from the beginning, go back, check out the live. Give me some feedback. Give me some thoughts in the comments on how I could make it better. On YouTube without premium, they throw ads in during live stream. Get paid from ads. I've seen 4 or 5 during this live. Oh, okay. See, I didn't know. That's dope. But I'd rather not have a. I'm gonna just keep skipping them. It's cool. I'm gonna just keep skipping them. Just like I don't know, why they pop up. I know that the stream is monetized, but that's all good. You know. Yes, this first live stream was dope. Like, I hope my sound. How's my sound quality, y'all? Let me know. I'm wondering. I can tell that there's some sort of delay. Maybe the timing is not the same for everybody. Um, but yeah, I'm learning. I'm learning. Oh wow, thank you, Seafood Weaver. Sounds great. The sound is good. Okay, thank you, Seafood. Yes, indeed. Okay, yeah, I figured that I seem far away from the mic. I have like 5 screens. So I'm like, I moved to try to, I just put like the chat box on one of them because it was small on the other screen that I had it on. So I'm gonna figure it all out. I'm gonna get this all figured out. We're gonna have some fun on these streams. We're gonna play some games, the whole nine. Mr. Bojangles, go ahead. Yes, indeed. The vibe was definitely amazing tonight. I loved it. Sound could be EQ'd a little bit. Okay. Yes, indeed. If anybody want to help me with the Discord and show me the way, hit me up. Real Enigmas and Theories at gmail.com. Nah, Sophie's helping her brother out. Sophie's helping her brother out. That's what she's doing. She telling me where I need to get better at. That's what I need to know. Good night, Debbie. Good night. Yes, indeed. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. All right, everybody. I'm out. Y'all stay tuned and check me out for my next video that's going to drop. When I get it done, I'm going to do a poll to see if I should do 2 parts or just leave it as one. I'll let you know how long it is. And I appreciate y'all for coming through. Word life.